Hello, friends. Did you know that nearly 80% of those who watch my videos aren't subscribed? If you enjoy the content, I'd truly appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button. It helps a lot. Also, don't forget to leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. Your interaction not only supports the channel's growth, but also helps these stories reach more people. Thank you all for being here. By the way, where are you watching from? Let me know in the comments. I have been working for the Highway Patrol for 11 years. I have witnessed many incidents on these roads. Accidents that should have killed people, but didn't. Accidents that shouldn't have killed people, but did. I've pulled people out of cars who lost their lives, delivered babies on the side of the road, talked people out of jumping off overpasses. If you do this job long enough, you think you've seen it all. November 14th, 2019, taught me something different. My name is Carter Hayes. I work the night shift in District 7, patrolling the 140-mile stretch of I-40 that cuts through the high desert. It's a lonely job. Most nights, you're out there alone for hours. Just you, the highway, and whatever comes over the radio. That Thursday started normally. I clocked in at 10 o'clock p.m., did my usual vehicle check. Tires, headlights, radio equipment. Everything was fine. The weather forecast said the temperature would drop to 40 degrees by midnight and the sky would be clear. Perfect patrol weather, if such a thing exists. My sergeant, Bill Kowalski, gave me the standard briefing. Nothing unusual. No BOLO alerts, no road closures, no special events. Just another quiet November night in the high desert. He told me to take the eastern loop, check the rest areas, keep an eye out for stranded motorists. Standard stuff. I grabbed a coffee from the break room, black, 2 sugars. Linda from dispatch was working the night shift too. She's been here longer than anyone, knows every mile marker, every exit, every peculiarity of our district. She nodded at me as I headed out. Stay safe out there, Carter. I always do. The first few hours passed without incident. I drove the loop slowly, methodically. The highway was quiet. A few long-haul truckers, some late-night travelers. I pulled over one speeder around midnight, a college kid heading home for Thanksgiving break. Gave him a warning, told him to slow down. He thanked me, nervous but polite, and drove off at exactly 65. Around 100 hours, I stopped at the Flying J truck stop near mile marker 287. Grabbed another coffee, used the restroom, chatted with the night clerk. A woman in her 50s wearing a name tag that said Doris. She complained about the Wi-Fi being down all evening. Said it happened sometimes out here. Bad infrastructure, she said. Too far from civilization. I told her to call it in if it didn't come back up. She said she would. I left. Back on the road. The night pressed in around me. That's the thing about desert highways at night. The darkness is different out here. Thicker. The stars are bright, sure, but between you and them is just this vast, empty space. No cities nearby to bleed light into the sky. Just black. I was heading west on I-40 when it happened. 047 hours. I remember the exact time because I just glanced at my dash clock, thinking I'd stop at the next rest area to log my mileage. The radio crackled, not unusual. We get interference sometimes. Solar activity, atmospheric conditions, who knows what else. But then Linda's voice came through. Except it wasn't quite right. The cadence was off. Like she was reading from a script she'd never seen before. Unit 723, we have a reported 1050 on Interstate 40, eastbound, approximately mile marker 312. Single vehicle, possible injuries. Caller reports seeing the vehicle off the shoulder, lights on. Can you respond? I picked up the radio. Dispatch, this is 723. Copy that. Mile marker 312 eastbound. I'm currently at 289 westbound. I'll need to find a turnaround. ETA approximately 15 minutes. Static. Dispatch, copy. More static. Then Linda's voice again, clearer this time. 723, confirm. Mile marker 312 eastbound. Caller stated vehicle appeared abandoned, but lights were still on. Possible 10 to 50 with injuries. Copy, dispatch, en route. I found a crossover at mile marker 291, one of those authorized turnarounds we use to switch directions without having to drive to an exit. Flipped on my lights, crossed the median, headed east. The thing is, mile marker 312 didn't sit right with me. Not immediately, but as I drove, something nagged at the back of my mind. Our district ends at mile marker 305. Everything past that is District 8, handled out of the station in Belmont, about 60 miles east. If there was an accident at 312, they should have dispatched one of their units, not mine. I radioed back. Dispatch 723, quick question. Mile marker 312 is outside our jurisdiction. Has District 8 been notified? Silence. Dispatch? More silence. Then a crackle, and Linda's voice, but different again, distant. 723, mile marker 312, vehicle, respond. The radio cut out completely. I tried again. Dispatch 723, radio check. Nothing. I checked my radio equipment. Everything looked normal. Lights on, frequency correct. I tried switching channels. Nothing. Dead air on every frequency. This happens sometimes. Radio dead zones, equipment failures. Annoying, but not unheard of. I'd drive to the location, check it out, and if there was a real accident, I'd call it in on my cell phone. If it was nothing, I'd find a spot with better reception and report back. Mile marker 295. The highway stretched ahead, empty. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating white lines, reflective markers, the occasional roadside sign, nothing else. Mile marker 300. I was officially outside my district now. Still, no other vehicles in sight. Not even in the westbound lanes across the median. That was strange. Even at this hour, you usually see a few trucks, early morning commuters. The highway was never completely empty. But it was empty now. Mile marker 305. The last marker in District 7. From here on, I was in District 8 territory. I kept driving. What else was I going to do? Someone called in an accident. Even if it was outside my jurisdiction, I couldn't just ignore it. Mile marker 310. My headlights caught something ahead. A green highway sign, reflective letters bright in my beams. It said, mile marker 312, 2 miles. Except that didn't make sense. Highway signs don't announce mile markers. They announce exits, cities, services, not mile markers. Mile markers are just there, small green rectangles on posts along the shoulder. I slowed down. Something felt wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but every instinct I'd developed over 11 years of patrol work was telling me to turn around. But I didn't. I kept driving, mile marker 311. My high beam swept the road ahead, empty. No vehicles, no debris, no signs of an accident. The eastbound shoulder looked undisturbed. No skid marks, no broken glass, nothing. And then I saw it. Mile marker 312, and past it, on the shoulder, a vehicle. An older model Ford sedan, dark blue or black, hard to tell in the darkness. Its headlights were on, pointed towards the desert. The driver's door was open. I pulled onto the shoulder behind it, leaving my light bar flashing. Grabbed my flashlight, radioed in my position. Or tried to. The radio was still dead. I stepped out of my cruiser. The night air was cold, sharp in my lungs. Quiet. no wind, no sound at all except the idle of my engine and the hum of my light bar. I approached the sedan carefully, flashlight in my left hand, right hand near my service weapon. The driver's door was open, interior light off. I shined my flashlight inside. Empty. Keys still in the ignition. Engine off, but still warm. I checked the registration in the glove box. Registered to a Michael Brennan, address in Albuquerque. Current tags, insurance card present. Everything legal and normal. But no driver, no passengers, no sign of anyone. I walked around the vehicle, checking for damage. Nothing. No flat tire, no broken windows, no collision damage. The car looked fine. Just parked there on the shoulder with the door open and the headlights on. I called out, "Highway Patrol! If anyone's out here, make yourself known." My voice echoed slightly, then died. No response. I walked a short distance into the desert, shining my flashlight into the darkness. Nothing. No footprints in the loose dirt. No signs of anyone walking away from the vehicle. I went back to my cruiser, tried the radio again. Still nothing. I pulled out my cell phone. No signal, not even one bar. That was unusual. We had pretty good coverage along this stretch, even out in the desert. I looked at the sedan again. Something about it bothered me. It was too perfect. Too normal. Like it had been placed there, staged. But that didn't make sense. Who would do that? And why? I decided to wait. Maybe the driver had wandered off to relieve himself. Maybe he'd come back. I leaned against my cruiser, flashlight in hand, watching the sedan and the surrounding darkness. Minutes passed. 5, 10, 15. No one came back. I checked my watch. 0213 hours. I'd been here for 26 minutes. Time to make a decision. I couldn't stay here all night waiting for someone who might never show up. I'd have to tow the vehicle, file a report, try to contact the registered owner. I walked back to the sedan, intending to close the driver's door and secure the vehicle before calling for a tow truck. That's when I noticed something I'd missed before. On the driver's seat there was a piece of paper, folded once, blank on the outside. I picked it up carefully, using my flashlight to examine it. Clean, white paper, standard printer paper. I unfolded it, written in neat, printed letters, "You shouldn't be here." I read it twice, then a third time. The words didn't change. I looked around. The highway was still empty. The desert was still quiet. My cruiser's light bar still flashed red and blue, casting strange shadows across the sand and scrub. I folded the paper, put it in my pocket. Evidence, or a prank, or something else I didn't know yet. I closed the sedan's door, tested it to make sure it was shut properly. Then I went back to my cruiser, got the number for the District 8 station from my notebook, and tried calling on my cell phone. Still no signal. I tried my radio again. Dead. I was about to get in my cruiser and drive until I found a signal when I noticed something. The sedan's headlights had gone off. I hadn't touched them. I hadn't been near the vehicle since I'd closed the door, but the lights were off. I stood there, flashlight in hand, staring at the dark sedan. Maybe the battery finally died. That made sense. Headlights left on, battery drains, lights go out. Simple explanation. Except the interior light had been off when I first checked the vehicle. If the battery was dying, the interior light would have gone out first, then the headlights. Not the other way around. I walked back to the sedan, tried the driver's door. Locked. I shined my flashlight through the window. The keys were gone from the ignition. My heart rate picked up. I stepped back from the vehicle, hand on my service weapon now. Someone was here. Had to be. Someone had circled back while I wasn't looking, locked the door, took the keys, turned off the lights. But I'd been watching the whole time. I'd been standing right here less than 30 feet away, with a clear view of the sedan. No one could have approached without me seeing them. Could they? I scanned the desert with my flashlight. Nothing, no movement, no shapes in the darkness. Just sand and scrub and rocks. I called out again. "This is the highway patrol. Show yourself. This isn't funny." Silence. I went back to my cruiser, got in, locked the doors. My hands were shaking slightly, not from fear exactly, more from confusion, from the wrongness of the whole situation. I tried the radio one more time. "Dispatch, this is Unit 723. Do you copy?" Static. Then, faintly, very faintly, Linda's voice. Not speaking. Humming. A low, tuneless sound. "Dispatch?" The humming stopped. Then, "Unit 723. Mile marker 312. Did you find the vehicle?" "Dispatch, yes, I'm at the location. Vehicle is here but appears abandoned. No driver present. I'm going to need a tow and... Did you find the vehicle?" The question came again, identical to the first time. Same inflection, same timing. Like a recording. "Dispatch, I just said yes, I found the vehicle. It's a blue Ford sedan, no driver present, no signs of... Did you find the vehicle?" Again. Exactly the same. I released the radio button, sat back in my seat. Something was very wrong. This wasn't equipment malfunction. This wasn't atmospheric interference. This was something else. I put the cruiser in gear, intending to leave. Find a spot with cell service, call this in properly, get backup. But before I could pull away, my headlights caught something. The sedan's driver's door was open again. I know I closed it. I tested it. It was shut, locked. But now it was open, swinging slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. I grabbed my flashlight, got out of the cruiser, left the engine running this time. Approached the sedan slowly. The keys were back in the ignition, and on the driver's seat, unfolded now, the piece of paper. But the writing had changed. "Why are you still here?" I backed away from the vehicle, flashlight sweeping the area. Nothing, no one. I got back in my cruiser, locked the doors, and drove. East, away from the sedan, away from mile marker 312. I didn't care about procedure anymore. I didn't care about protocol. I just wanted to get away from that place. I drove fast, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. The sedan's headlights came back on as I pulled away, bright in my mirror. Then they faded as I put distance between us. Mile marker 313, 314, 315. I kept driving. My radio crackled back to life. "Unit 723, this is dispatch. What's your status?" Linda's voice. Normal now. No strange cadence, no humming. I grabbed the radio. "Dispatch, I'm eastbound on I-40, approaching mile marker 316. I need backup at mile marker 312. Possible abandoned vehicle, possible, I don't know. Something's wrong with that location." "Unit 723, can you repeat? We don't have you at that location. Your GPS shows you westbound at mile marker 289. I looked at my GPS unit. She was right. According to the system, I was still back where I'd made the turnaround, 30 miles behind me. "Dispatch, negative. I'm eastbound, past mile marker 315. I responded to a reported accident at 312. You sent me there." Silence. Then, "Unit 723, we have no record of any dispatch to that location tonight. And mile marker 312 is outside your district." "I know that, dispatch. But you called it in. Single vehicle accident, possible injuries. About an hour ago." "Unit 723, I've been on duty since 2000 hours. I haven't dispatched any calls to you except a speeding stop at mile marker 287 at 0017 hours. That's the only call you've responded to tonight." I looked at my watch. 2:41 hours. Nearly an hour had passed since I'd received the call, or thought I'd received it. Dispatch, can you check your call logs? Someone called in an accident at mile marker 312. I heard keyboard clicks over the radio. Then Linda's voice again, careful now. Unit 723, there are no calls logged for mile marker 312. Not tonight. Not this week. The last incident report from that location was 6 months ago. Single vehicle rollover, fatality. Driver was alone. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Dispatch, what was the driver's name? More keyboard clicks. Brennan, Michael Brennan, age 43, Albuquerque resident. Lost control of his vehicle, rolled multiple times, died at the scene. I sat in my cruiser, hands gripping the steering wheel. Michael Brennan, the same name on the registration I'd checked in the sedan. Unit 723, are you all right? Do you need me to send backup to your location? I didn't answer right away. I was thinking about the note. You shouldn't be here, and then, why are you still here? Finally, I keyed the radio. Dispatch, I'm fine. Disregard my previous transmission. I'm heading back to station. End of shift. Copy that, 723. See you when you get in. I drove back slowly, hands steady on the wheel. When I passed mile marker 312, I didn't look. Kept my eyes straight ahead, focused on the road in front of me. But in my peripheral vision, I saw it. The sedan, on the shoulder. Headlights on, driver's door open. And standing next to it, just at the edge of my headlight beams, a figure, too far away to make out details, but human-shaped, watching me pass. I didn't stop, didn't slow down, just kept driving. When I got back to the station, I filed a report, kept it vague. Possible equipment malfunction. Possible disorientation due to fatigue. Sergeant Kowalski read it, looked at me funny but didn't ask questions. Told me to take a couple days off, get some rest. I did, but 3 nights later when I came back on shift, Linda pulled me aside. She looked worried. Carter, I need to tell you something about that night. The night you said you got a call about mile marker 312. I waited. I checked the phone logs, all incoming calls to dispatch. There was one that night, 0147 hours. Caller ID showed a number we couldn't trace. Call duration 18 seconds. But here's the thing. She pulled out a printout, showed it to me. The call didn't come from outside. It came from inside our system, from a radio unit, Unit 723. She looked at me. Carter, that's your unit number. According to the logs, you called in the accident yourself, but you were already on patrol. You couldn't have made that call. I looked at the printout. She was right. The call originated from my radio, but I never made it. There's more, Linda said quietly. I pulled the audio recording. You want to hear it? I wasn't sure I did, but I nodded. She played it on her computer, static at first, then a voice. My voice. Dispatch. We have a 1050 on eastbound I-40. Mile marker 312. Single vehicle. I'm on scene. Possible injuries. But it wasn't quite right. The words were mine, but the cadence was off. Like someone imitating me, or like a recording played back wrong. And then, at the end, before the call cut off, I heard something else. Faint, in the background. Breathing. Heavy, labored breathing. And then a voice, different from mine, whispering, "Come find me." Linda stopped the recording. That's all there is. The call ends there. I didn't dispatch you to that location, Carter. That recording did, or something did. I stood there, processing this. Someone or something had used my radio frequency to call in a fake accident, to lure me to mile marker 312, to that sedan, to whatever was waiting there. "Did you check Michael Brennan's accident report?" I asked. Linda nodded. "I did. It's real. He died there 6 months ago, single vehicle rollover. But here's the thing that bothers me. The report says his vehicle was found at 0147 hours, the exact time you got the call." 6 months later, I said. 6 months later, she confirmed. We stood there in silence. Then Linda said, "Carter, I've worked here for 19 years. I've heard stories from other dispatchers, other troopers, about mile marker 312, about calls that come in from there, about vehicles people see that aren't really there, but I always thought they were just stories. Ghost stories, you know? Things people make up to pass the time on slow nights. But now?" I asked. "Now, I don't know what to think." I went back out on patrol that night, did my usual loop, avoided the eastern stretch past mile marker 305, stayed in my district where things made sense. But around 0147 hours my radio crackled, and I heard it. Faint, distant, like it was coming from very far away. "Unit 723, mile marker 312, come find me." I didn't respond, just kept driving, kept my eyes on the road ahead. That was 3 years ago now. I still work the night shift, still patrol the same stretch of highway, but I never go past mile marker 305 anymore. And when other troopers ask me why, I tell them equipment problems, bad radio reception in that area. They believe me, or pretend to. But sometimes, late at night, when the highway is empty and the darkness presses in, I hear it on my radio. That voice. My voice, but wrong. "Unit 723, mile marker 312. Why won't you come back?" And I wonder if Michael Brennan is still out there, waiting on that shoulder. Lights on, door open, waiting for someone to find him. The thing about patrol work is that it gets into your routine. You have your patterns, your habits, your familiar stretches of road. After what happened at mile marker 312, I developed new patterns, new habits. I learned to avoid certain areas, certain times. But the highway doesn't always let you avoid things. It was late January, about 2 months after the incident. The desert winter was in full effect, temperatures dropping below freezing at night, occasionally spitting snow that never quite stuck. I was back on the night shift, 2200 to 0600, and things had been quiet. Too quiet, maybe. I'd started keeping a journal. Nothing official, just a small notebook I kept in my cruiser. I'd write down the mile markers where I made stops, the times, any unusual observations. It was my way of keeping track, of making sure I wasn't losing time again without realizing it. The entries were mundane. Mile marker 267, 2334 hours, assisted stranded motorist with fuel. Mile marker 281, 0156 hours, traffic stop, speeding violation, warning issued. Normal patrol work. Nothing strange. But I noticed something, a pattern in my own behavior. I'd unconsciously started avoiding certain stretches of highway. Mile markers 305 to 320 were completely absent from my logs. I hadn't been anywhere near that area in 8 weeks. Kowalski noticed too. Called me into his office one afternoon before my shift. "Hayes, you feeling all right?" He was a good sergeant. Former Marine. Built like a fire hydrant, but fair. He cared about his troopers. "Yes, sir. Why do you ask?" He pulled out a map of our district, marked with colored pins showing patrol coverage. "Your coverage area has been shrinking. Look here." He pointed to the eastern section. Mile markers 305 through 320. District 7's responsibility. But you haven't logged a single stop in this area in 2 months. I looked at the map. He was right. There was a conspicuous gap in my coverage. "Is there a problem with that section?" he asked. Road conditions? Equipment issues? No, sir, just been focusing on the higher traffic areas. He studied me for a moment. Carter, if something's bothering you about that stretch, you can tell me. We've had other troopers mention irregularities out there. Equipment failures, disorientation, that kind of thing. My pulse quickened. Other troopers? Yeah, nothing major, but enough that I've noticed. Radio dead zones, GPS glitches. One guy said his odometer was reading distances that didn't match the mile markers. He paused. There was also that missing person case. Trooper from District 8. Disappeared near mile marker 318 about 5 years ago. Never found him. I hadn't known that. 5 years ago, before my time. What was his name? Morrison. James Morrison. Good trooper. Just vanished during a night shift. They found his cruiser parked on the shoulder, door open, everything normal, just no Morrison. Kowalski shook his head. Anyway, I'm not asking you to spend all your time out there, but try to mix it up a little. We need coverage across the whole district. Yes, sir, I'll do that. But I didn't, not really. I'd drive through that section, sure, but I never stopped. Never responded to calls there if I could avoid it. I'd suddenly develop equipment issues, or be too far away to respond in time. Linda knew. She never said anything directly, but I could tell from the way she'd pause before dispatching calls in that area, checking to see if anyone else was available first. We had an unspoken agreement. She'd protect me from that stretch of highway as much as she could, and I'd pretend I didn't notice. I'd settled into a routine that kept me west of mile marker 300. Mostly patrolled the western loop, checked the rest areas near the state line, handled the occasional speeder or stranded motorist. Standard stuff. Safe stuff. Linda never mentioned the incident again. Neither did I. But sometimes when I'd come in at the end of shift, I'd catch her looking at me with this expression. Not pity, exactly. More like understanding. Like she knew I was carrying something I couldn't talk about. The night it started up again was January 23rd. Tuesday. I remember because I'd been thinking about stopping by my sister's place later that week. Her birthday was coming up. Normal thoughts. Normal plans. I'd even picked out a gift, a cookbook she'd mentioned wanting. These mundane details felt important to hold on to. Proof that I was still living a normal life. I was westbound, approaching mile marker 275, when I saw the vehicle. A pickup truck, newer model Chevy, dark red, parked on the shoulder with its hazards on. Not unusual. People broke down all the time out here. But something made me hesitate before pulling over. Some instinct. The truck looked wrong somehow. Not damaged or out of place, just wrong. Like a photograph that's been slightly altered, but you can't quite identify what's been changed. I drove past it slowly, checking it out through my passenger window. The cab appeared empty. No one standing nearby. No signs of distress. Just a truck parked cleanly on the shoulder, hazards blinking in regular rhythm. I should have kept driving. Every instinct told me to keep driving, but it was my job. Someone might need help. So I found a crossover half a mile ahead, turned around, came back. I pulled in behind the truck, called it in. Dispatch, Unit 723. I'm 1070 westbound at mile marker 275, checking on a disabled vehicle. Copy, 723. Linda's voice came back, clear and normal. That was good. Be safe. I sat in my cruiser for a moment, watching the truck. The hazards kept blinking. Steady, mechanical, normal. But my hands were sweating despite the cold. I grabbed my flashlight, checked my service weapon, got out. The night air bit at my face. Temperature had dropped to 26 degrees. My breath came out in white clouds. I approached the truck carefully, angling my approach so I could see into the cab. Standard procedure. You never walk straight up to a vehicle. Approach from an angle. Keep yourself visible but protected. Watch for movement inside. The cab was empty. I shined my light into the bed. Empty, except for some tie-down straps and an old tarp. I walked around to the front, checked the hood. Warm. Engine had been running recently, maybe within the last 15 minutes. The driver's door was unlocked. I opened it, looked inside. Keys in the ignition. Phone in the center console. Wallet in the cup holder. Registration and insurance card in the glove box. Everything a person would need. All left behind. I stood there, door open, feeling the wrongness intensify. Who leaves their vehicle with the keys, wallet, and phone still inside? "Highway Patrol," I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast darkness. "Anyone need assistance?" The desert swallowed my words. No echo, no response, just silence. I pulled in behind it, called it in. "Dispatch Unit 723, I'm 1070 westbound at mile marker 275, checking on a disabled vehicle." "Copy, 723. Linda's voice came back, clear and normal. "Be safe." I approached the truck carefully, flashlight in hand. The cab was empty. I shined my light into the bed. Empty, except for some tie-down straps and an old tarp. I walked around to the front, checked the hood. Warm. Engine had been running recently. "Highway Patrol," I called out. "Anyone need assistance?" A voice came from behind me. Male, older, sounding relieved. "Yeah, over here, officer." I spun around, hand instinctively moving toward my weapon. A man in his 60s was walking up from the shoulder, about 30 feet away. He was wearing jeans and a heavy work jacket, zipping his fly as he approached. He looked embarrassed. "Sorry about that," he said, voice friendly. "Had to answer nature's call. Didn't mean to alarm you." I relaxed slightly, but something still felt off. I couldn't place what. The man looked normal, sounded normal, but my training was screaming at me that something wasn't right. "No problem, sir. Everything okay with your vehicle?" Yeah. Just making a phone call and needed to stop for a minute." He reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out his phone, showed me the screen. "I'm heading into Flagstaff. Should have been there an hour ago." His breath didn't fog in the cold air. I noticed that. It was 26 degrees and I could see my breath, but not his. Told my wife I'd call when I hit New Mexico. She worries, you know how it is. I nodded slowly, watching him. His movements were slightly off, too smooth, too fluid, like someone who'd practiced them. "Understandable, sir. Flagstaff, you said?" "Yeah, got family there. Brother's birthday." He smiled. His teeth were very white in my flashlight beam. Too white. "Can I see your license and registration, sir?" His smile didn't falter. "Of course, officer. They're in the truck." He walked past me, reached into the cab, pulled out a wallet from the cup holder, handed me a license. Robert Diaz, Phoenix address. Date of birth made him 62 years old. The photo matched the man standing in front of me. Everything was in order, except the license was warm. Not cold from sitting in the truck. Warm, like it had been in a pocket, against someone's body. "You heading to Flagstaff from Phoenix?" I asked, handing the license back. "That's right, straight shot up the I-17, then across." He tucked the wallet back into his jacket pocket, not back into the truck. I noticed that too. "Sir, if you're heading to Flagstaff from Phoenix, that's northeast. You'd be on the eastbound lanes. This is westbound." He looked at me for a moment. That smile still in place. I must have gotten turned around. These desert highways all look the same at night, don't they? "They do," I agreed. But Flagstaff was a major city, and if he had family there, he'd know which direction to go. You want me to point you in the right direction? There's a turnaround about 2 miles ahead. That'd be great, officer. Really appreciate it. I gave him directions, watched him get back in his truck. He started the engine, pulled onto the highway. I stood there, watching his taillights disappear westbound. Away from Flagstaff, away from where he said he was going. I got back in my cruiser, sat there for a minute. Something was very wrong with that interaction. Multiple things. The direction he was traveling. His breath not fogging. The warm license. The wallet going into his pocket instead of back into the truck. And something else. Something I couldn't quite identify. I pulled out my notebook, wrote down the details while they were fresh. License plate number, time, location, the man's appearance, everything. Then I resumed patrol, but the wrongness followed me, nagged at me, grew stronger the further I drove. It wasn't until I was 10 miles down the road that it hit me. The man had said he was heading into Flagstaff, but he'd been parked on the westbound side. Flagstaff was east. If he was heading there, he should have been on the eastbound lanes. Maybe he'd gotten turned around. Easy to do if you're not familiar with the area. Or maybe I'd misheard him. Possible. But it bothered me enough that I radioed in. Dispatch 723, can you run a plate for me? Go ahead, 723. I gave her the truck's license number, which I'd automatically noted when I'd first pulled up behind it. Habit. Copy, stand by. I waited, driving slowly, watching the road ahead. The highway was empty tonight. No other vehicles in sight. Just darkness and road and the endless white lines. Linda came back. 723. That plate comes back to a 2018 Chevrolet Silverado. Registered to Robert Diaz, address in Phoenix. No wants, no warrants. Vehicle registration current. Copy, thanks dispatch. Phoenix, southwest of here. If he was heading to Flagstaff from Phoenix, he'd be going northeast. He should have been on the eastbound side. Unless he'd started somewhere else. Or stopped and turned around for some reason. I let it go. Probably nothing. Just a confused driver, a late-night conversation I'd misunderstood. But then, 10 miles down the road, it hit me with absolute clarity. The man had said he was heading to Flagstaff. Flagstaff was east. He was on the westbound side. That alone wasn't damning. People get confused, take wrong exits, end up going the wrong direction. But more than that, when I'd approached the truck, the engine had been warm, recently run. Yet when the man appeared from the desert, he was zipping his fly like he'd just finished relieving himself. If he'd pulled over to use the bathroom, he would have turned off the engine. You don't leave a truck running while you walk 30 feet into the desert. Unless you weren't really using the bathroom. Unless that was just an excuse. I radioed in. Dispatch, 723, can you run a plate for me? Go ahead, 723. I gave her the truck's license number, which I'd automatically noted when I'd first pulled up behind it. Force of habit. Copy, stand by. I waited, driving slowly, watching the road ahead. The highway was emptier than usual tonight. I'd seen maybe 3 vehicles in the last hour. The darkness felt heavier. Thicker. Linda came back. 723. That plate comes back to a 2018 Chevrolet Silverado. Registered to Robert Diaz, address in Phoenix. No wants, no warrants. Vehicle registration current. Copy, thanks dispatch. I drove another mile, trying to decide if I should turn around. Try to find the truck again. But for what? The guy had valid registration. Valid license. He was just heading the wrong direction. Not a crime. I continued my patrol. The night wore on. 0100 hours came and went. 0200. I stopped at a rest area near mile marker 268, one I'd stopped at hundreds of times before. The place was familiar. Safe. The lot was mostly empty. Just one semi-truck parked at the far end, in the commercial vehicle section. Its running lights were off. No movement visible in the cab. I parked near the restrooms, got out. The rest area had that particular quality of emptiness that only exists late at night. The sodium lights cast everything in orange-yellow. The vending machines hummed. Somewhere, a loose piece of metal clanked softly in the breeze. I used the facilities, washed my hands, checked my appearance in the mirror. I looked tired, older than my 34 years. The job was wearing on me. When I came back out, I noticed something on my cruiser's windshield. A piece of white paper tucked under the wiper blade. I stopped walking, stared at it. The parking lot was still empty. The semi was still dark and silent. No other vehicles had pulled in while I was inside. I approached my cruiser slowly, looked around. No movement anywhere. The rest area felt wrong now. That same wrongness from the truck stop, but stronger. I pulled the paper from the wiper. It was folded once. Clean, white, standard printer paper. My hands were steady as I unfolded it, but my heart was hammering. Printed letters, neat and precise. You missed mile marker 275. I spun around, scanning the entire rest area. Nothing, no one. The semi sat there, dark and lifeless. I walked over to it quickly, hand on my weapon. Knocked on the cab door. No response. Tried the handle, locked. Shined my flashlight through the window. The cab was empty. No driver, no sleeping bag, no personal effects. Just an empty semi parked with its engine off, but when I touched the hood, it was warm, recently driven. I backed away, got on the radio. Dispatch 723. I need you to run another plate. Go ahead. I gave her the semi's license number, keeping my eyes on the truck, expecting something to happen. The door to open, the engine to start. Something. Stand by 723. That plate comes back to a commercial vehicle registered to Albuquerque Freight Services. No issues with the registration. Can you contact the company? I've got one of their trucks at the westbound rest area. Mile marker 268. No driver present. Vehicle appears abandoned. Copy. I'll reach out. Might take a few minutes. I waited by my cruiser, watching the truck. A car pulled into the rest area. A young couple. Looked like college kids. They used the restrooms, bought sodas from the vending machine, left. Normal. They didn't seem to notice anything wrong. Didn't see the abandoned semi. Or if they did, they didn't care. People see what they want to see. I waited by my cruiser, watching the truck. The rest area was lit by tall sodium lights that cast everything in an orange-yellow glow. Beyond the lights, darkness. The desert stretched away in all directions, invisible but present. You could feel its emptiness. 10 minutes later, Linda came back. 723, I spoke with the night dispatcher at Albuquerque Freight. That vehicle was reported stolen 3 weeks ago. They thought it was in Tucson. Stolen? Affirmative. Want me to send a tow? Yeah. And can you get me a unit from the county sheriff? I want to secure the scene. Copy. ETA approximately 20 minutes. I waited. Kept my distance from the truck, treated it like a crime scene. Possible evidence inside, possible anything. But what bothered me more than the stolen truck was the note. You missed mile marker 275. Missed what? The stop? The guy in the red Chevy? Robert Diaz, Phoenix address. I pulled out my phone. I had signal here. And did something I probably shouldn't have. Used a law enforcement database we have access to. Looked up Robert Diaz's full record. The photo that came up stopped me cold. Robert Diaz was in his 30s. Hispanic male, approximately 5'8", 160 pounds. The man I'd talked to at mile marker 275 had been in his 60s. White, over 6 feet tall. Wrong person. So who the hell had I talked to? I called dispatch directly on my cell. Linda picked up. "Hey, Carter, what's up?" "Linda, that plate I ran earlier, the red Chevy. Can you get me contact information for Robert Diaz? Give me a second." Keyboard clicks. "Okay, I've got a phone number listed. You want me to call?" "Yeah, tell him we're doing a courtesy check on his vehicle. See if it's actually him driving it." "You think the vehicle's stolen?" "I don't know what I think, just call him." I waited, watched the stolen semi, counted the seconds. Linda came back. "Carter, I just spoke with Robert Diaz. He's at home in Phoenix, has been all evening. And get this, he reported his truck stolen yesterday morning. Said someone broke into his garage overnight, took his truck, his registration, everything." My mouth went dry. His truck was stolen yesterday. That's what he said. I told him one of our troopers spotted it tonight on I-40. He wants to know where it is so he can retrieve it. "Linda, what did the man I stopped tonight look like?" "How would I know? You didn't send me body cam footage." Right. I was thinking. "Can you put out a bolo? Red Chevy Silverado, license?" I gave her the number. "Driver, to be considered suspicious. I want to know if anyone else spots that truck tonight." "Done. You okay out there?" "Yeah, fine. Listen, the sheriff should be here soon. I'm going to wait for them, then head back out." "Copy." But I wasn't fine. I stood there next to my cruiser looking at that piece of paper again. "You missed mile marker 275. "Missed what?" "The fact that the driver wasn't who he claimed to be? The fact that the vehicle was stolen, or missed something else?" The county sheriff arrived 20 minutes later. Deputy named Morrison, young guy, eager. I briefed him on the stolen semi, told him I'd wait for the tow truck with him. We stood by our vehicles, made small talk. He asked how long I'd been with the highway patrol. I told him. He said he was thinking about applying, asked what it was like. I gave him the standard answer. Challenging, rewarding, never boring. He laughed. "Yeah, I bet. Bet you've seen some stuff out here." "Some stuff," I agreed. The tow truck arrived around 0:30. Driver named Jake ran a service out of a town 20 miles west. He hooked up the semi, filled out paperwork, drove off with it. Morrison left shortly after. I was alone again. I got back in my cruiser, sat there for a minute, looked at the note again. Something was wrong. More wrong than a stolen truck or a fake driver. The note implied I'd missed something important. Something at mile marker 275. I radioed Linda. "Dispatch, 723, I'm going to head back east, take another look at the location where I stopped that Chevy." Silence. Longer than usual, then, "Carter, you sure? That's getting pretty close to..." She didn't finish. Didn't need to. Mile marker 275 was 37 miles from mile marker 312. Closer than I'd been in months. Closer than I wanted to be. "I'll be fine," I said. "Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything." "Copy. Be careful." I drove east. The highway was still almost empty. In the distance, I saw headlights approaching westbound. A single vehicle. As it got closer, I could make out the shape. A sedan. Newer model. It passed without incident. Normal. Ordinary. But after it passed, I checked my rearview mirror. The sedan's taillights were already gone. Disappeared much faster than they should have. Like the vehicle had simply vanished. I tried to tell myself it was just the darkness, the distance, the way light works at night. But my hands were gripping the wheel tighter now. Mile marker 270, 271, 272. My radio crackled. Static, like before. I tensed, waiting. Then Linda's voice came through, but wrong again. That same strange cadence from the first incident, like she was reading from a script, emphasizing the wrong syllables. Unit 723, mile marker 275. What did you miss? I didn't answer. My throat had gone dry. I reached for my water bottle, took a sip. The water tasted metallic. Off. The static got worse. A rhythmic pulse, like breathing, or like a heartbeat. Slow and steady, mile marker 275. I slowed, pulled onto the shoulder where the red Chevy had been parked. Got out, flashlight in hand. Swept the area with the beam. The shoulder looked normal. Gravel and dirt. Some tire tracks, but that was to be expected. Vehicles pulled over here regularly. Nothing unusual about that. I walked to where the truck had been, where the man had stood, zipping his fly, smiling his too-white smile. The ground was disturbed. Footprints, scuff marks, normal. But there was something else. I crouched down, examining the dirt more carefully. There were footprints, yes. Boot prints, probably size 11 or 12. The man's prints. But there was only one set. Only prints leading from the desert to the truck. None leading away from the truck toward the desert. Like the man had materialized from the sand, walked to the truck, and then, what? Vanished? I stood, feeling cold despite my heavy coat. Swept my flashlight in a wide arc, looking for more prints. Found nothing. Then my beam caught something small and white, lying on the ground where the driver's door would have been. Another piece of paper, folded. I didn't want to pick it up, didn't want to read what it said. But I did it anyway. That's the thing about this job. You always move toward the things that scare you, not away from them. I unfolded the paper with gloved hands, treating it like evidence. Turn around. I looked up, following the instruction without thinking. Behind me, maybe 100 feet away, parked on the shoulder, was the red Chevy. But it hadn't been there 30 seconds ago. I'd looked, I'd swept the entire area with my flashlight. The highway had been empty. Now the truck sat there, hazards blinking in the darkness. The cab looked empty, but I couldn't be sure from this distance. I walked toward it slowly, hand on my weapon. My flashlight beam bounced with each step. The truck didn't move, just sat there, hazards pulsing their steady rhythm. 50 feet away. 40. 30. I could see into the cab now, empty, just like before. But the engine was running. I could hear it idling, see the exhaust vapor in the cold air. 20 feet. The headlights came on suddenly. Not gradually, like someone turning a switch, just on, full brightness, blinding me. I raised my arm to shield my eyes, stumbled backward. When I lowered my arm, the truck was moving. Not forward onto the highway, backward. Reversing slowly down the shoulder, away from me. I stood there, confused. Watched it reverse for maybe 10 seconds. Then I realized what I was seeing. The truck wasn't reversing. It was moving backward, yes, but all 4 wheels were rolling forward. Like a film played in reverse. The physics were wrong. I got in my cruiser, started the engine. My hands were shaking now. I pulled out onto the highway following the Chevy. It was still moving backward, maintaining a constant distance between us. I checked my speedometer, 40 miles an hour. I was doing 40, and the Chevy was reversing at 40, perfectly straight, never wavering. No human driver could do that. No one could reverse that fast, that straight, for that long. Mile marker 276, 277. The Chevy kept going. I tried the radio. Dispatch, 723, I'm in pursuit of a suspicious vehicle westbound. No, it's... How did I describe this? It's reversing at high speed on the shoulder. Static. Then silence. The radio was dead again. I grabbed my cell phone from the center console. No signal. Not even searching. Just blank. Like it had never had service. Mile marker 280. The Chevy picked up speed. I accelerated to keep pace. 50 miles an hour now. 60. The truck was reversing down the highway at 60 miles an hour, perfectly straight, never touching the white line, never slowing. My cruiser was shaking at this speed on the shoulder. Gravel pinged against the undercarriage. The steering wheel vibrated in my hands. Mile marker 285, 290. My watch showed 23:47 hours. I'd glanced at it when I first started following the truck. That had been at least 10 minutes ago, but the time hadn't changed. Mile marker 295. The Chevy's brake lights came on, somehow. Even though it was reversing, the brake lights came on. It slowed, stopped, I stopped too, keeping 200 feet between us. Mile marker 300, the last marker in my district. And then, beyond the Chevy, in my headlights, I saw another vehicle. The blue Ford sedan. Michael Brennan's car, parked on the shoulder. Driver's door open. Headlights on. Mile marker 3 to 12. But that was impossible. Mile marker 3 to 12 was 12 miles ahead. We were at mile marker 300. The math didn't work. Except now, looking at my odometer, looking at the mile markers, I saw the truth. The markers were wrong. Or I was reading them wrong, or space itself had folded, compressed. The Chevy's driver's door opened. No one got out. Just opened, waiting. My radio came back to life, static first, then a voice. Not Linda's, not mine. Different, older, tired. Unit 723. You found me. I stared at the sedan, at the open door, at the darkness inside. Unit 723. Why did you come back? I put my cruiser in reverse, slowly backed away. The Chevy's door closed. The sedan's headlights went out. And then I was at mile marker 295. Real mile marker 295. The compression, or whatever it had been, was gone. I checked my GPS. I was where I should be. Everything was normal. Except my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I drove back to the station. Didn't file a report. Didn't tell Linda what I'd seen. Just clocked out, went home, sat on my couch until sunrise. 3 days later, Robert Diaz's red Chevy was found abandoned at mile marker 312. Empty. Keys in the ignition. No signs of the thief. And on the driver's seat, a piece of paper. Folded once. I didn't ask what it said. Didn't want to know. But I think I already did. February brought colder nights and longer shifts. They were short-staffed. 2 troopers out with the flu, 1 on medical leave after a wreck. So I was pulling double shifts, sometimes 16 hours at a stretch, trying to cover the gaps. It wore on you. The fatigue. The monotony of highway patrol, especially the night shifts. Miles and miles of nothing, broken up by occasional traffic stops, the rare accident. Your mind starts playing tricks. You see things that aren't there, hear things in the static. Or maybe you start seeing things that are there, that were always there, that you were just too alert to notice before. I told myself that's what was happening. Fatigue. Stress. The incident at mile marker 3 to 12 had rattled me, sure, but it was explainable. Equipment malfunction. Disorientation. Maybe carbon monoxide from a leak in my cruiser's heating system. There were rational explanations. I almost believed them. It was February 17th when things accelerated. I just started a shift, 1800 to 0600, 12 hours, covering the evening and night shift. Sergeant Kowalski had apologized, said it was temporary until they could get replacements lined up. I told him it was fine, I could use the overtime. Rent wasn't getting any cheaper. The evening portion went smoothly. Handled a fender bender at mile marker 253, pulled over 3 speeders, helped a family with a flat tire. Normal stuff. The kind of work that reminded you why you took this job. By 2300 hours, traffic had thinned to almost nothing. The temperature had dropped to 28 degrees. Clear sky, no moon, just stars and darkness and the highway stretching ahead. I was westbound, approaching mile marker 280, when I saw the vehicle. A sedan this time, white, parked on the shoulder with its hazards on. I felt my chest tighten. Not again. But it was my job. Someone needed help. Probably just a breakdown, a flat tire, something normal. I pulled in behind the vehicle, called it in. Dispatch Unit 723. I'm 1070 westbound at mile marker 280, checking on a disabled vehicle. Copy, 723. Linda's voice was clear, normal. That was good. I approached the sedan, newer model Honda, clean. The driver's window rolled down as I approached. A woman, mid-30s, looked relieved to see me. "Oh, thank God, officer, I think I have a flat tire. Back right." I didn't want to get out and check in the dark. I smiled, relaxed, normal, stop, normal person. "No problem, ma'am. Let me take a look." I walked to the back of the vehicle, crouched down. The tire was fine. Fully inflated, no visible damage. "Ma'am, your tire looks okay to me. What made you think it was flat?" She got out of the car, walked back to look. She was wearing business casual. Slacks, blouse, light jacket. Looked like she was heading home from work. "I heard a sound," she said. "Like a thumping. Thought for sure I had a flat. Could have been something in the road, or maybe a rock stuck in the tread." I checked the tire again, ran my flashlight along the treads. Nothing. She looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I probably overreacted. Long day at work, driving in the dark. I just got nervous." "No apology necessary. That's what we're here for. You're good to go." She thanked me, got back in her car. I watched her pull onto the highway, drive away. Taillights disappearing west. Normal stop. Nothing wrong with it. So why did I feel uneasy? I got back in my cruiser, sat there for a moment. Tried to identify what was bothering me. The woman had seemed genuine. The vehicle had been real, solid. The tire was fine. Everything checked out. But something felt off. I pulled back onto the highway, resumed patrol. Tried to shake the feeling. Probably just paranoia after the previous incidents. I was seeing patterns where there weren't any. Mile marker 270, 265, 260. My radio crackled. Unit 723, dispatch. Go ahead. Can you head back east? Got a call about a vehicle with its hazards on at mile marker 280. Caller thought the driver might need help. I slowed. Dispatch, I just cleared that location. White Honda, driver was fine, false alarm. Silence. Then, 723, the caller said they saw the vehicle 5 minutes ago. Still there with hazards on. Dispatch, that doesn't make sense. I just watched that vehicle drive away westbound. Copy. Stand by. I waited, uneasy now. The woman had driven away. I'd seen her. She was fine. Linda came back. 723 got another call. Same location, different caller. Says there's a white sedan, driver's door open, no one inside. My hands tightened on the wheel. Dispatch, I'm heading back to that location. Copy. I turned around at the next crossover, drove back east. Mile marker 265, 270, 275, mile marker 280. The white Honda was there. On the shoulder. Driver's door open. Hazards on. But it had driven away. I'd watched it leave. I pulled in behind it, got out slowly. Approached with my flashlight. The car was empty. Keys still in the ignition. Engine off. I checked the back tire. The one the woman had thought was flat. It was flat now, completely. Rim sitting on the ground. I backed away from the vehicle, hand on my service weapon. Looked around. The highway was empty. No other vehicles. No sign of the woman. I radioed in. Dispatch 723, I'm back at mile marker 280. The Honda is here again. Driver's door open, no one present. Vehicle appears abandoned. Again? Carter, you said you just cleared that vehicle. I know what I said, but it's here now. Silence. Then, carefully. Do you want me to send backup? Did I? What would I tell them? That I watched a woman drive away, only to find her car back in the same spot 10 minutes later. Negative, I said. I'll handle it. But run the plate for me. I gave her the license number. Waited by my cruiser, watching the sedan. Linda came back. 723, that vehicle is registered to Catherine Phelps. Address in Amarillo. No wants, no warrants. Registration current. Can you contact her? I'll try. Stand by. I waited. The night was very quiet. No wind. No sound except my cruiser's idle and the soft clicking of the Honda's hazard lights. Linda came back. Carter, I just spoke with Catherine Phelps. She's at home. Says her vehicle is parked in her garage. She hasn't been on I-40 in weeks. Dispatch, that's impossible. I'm looking at her vehicle right now, same plate, same make and model. I know. She's looking at her car in her garage right now, while we're talking. I stared at the Honda. Looked solid. Real. I walked up to it, touched the hood. Warm. Someone had been driving it recently. Dispatch, this vehicle is real. It's here. I believe you, Carter, but so is the one in Amarillo. I didn't know what to say to that. Carter, listen. I'm pulling up the call log. The calls we got about that vehicle, the numbers, they're not showing up, like they were never made. But I remember taking them. I remember dispatching you. Linda. And your GPS is glitching again. It's showing you at different locations. Mile marker 280, then mile marker 305, then back to 280. Like you're jumping around. I looked at my GPS unit. She was right. The display was flickering between different coordinates. Carter, I think you need to get out of there. Just leave the vehicle. Come back to station. I wanted to. God, I wanted to. But my job was to investigate, to secure the scene, to find the driver. I'm going to do a quick sweep of the area, I said. If I don't find anything, I'll head back. Carter. I stepped away from my cruiser, flashlight in hand. Called out, Highway Patrol, if anyone needs assistance, make yourself known. No response, just silence and darkness. I walked to the edge of the highway, shined my flashlight into the desert. Nothing. No footprints. No sign of anyone. I turned back to the Honda, intending to close the driver's door and secure the vehicle. The woman was standing next to it. I jumped, hand going to my weapon. Ma'am, you startled me. Where did you... But she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the open door, at something inside the vehicle. Her expression was strange, confused, frightened. Ma'am, are you all right? She turned to me, slowly. Her face was pale. Officer, what happened to my tire? Your tire is flat, ma'am. You said you heard a sound. No. She shook her head. No, you said it was fine. You checked it. You said I was good to go. Yes, but so what happened? She looked at the tire. It was fine. You said so. I didn't have an answer. The tire had been fine. I'd checked it myself, not 20 minutes ago. Ma'am, let me help you change. What time is it? She asked suddenly. I looked at my watch. It's 23:47 hours, about quarter to midnight. She laughed. It wasn't a happy sound. Midnight, of course. It's always midnight here, isn't it? Ma'am, I don't understand. What's the date? She asked. February 17th. What year? The question stopped me. Ma'am, it's 2020. Are you feeling all right? Did you hit your head? She looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. Pity, maybe, or recognition. Officer, what's your name? Hayes. Carter Hayes. Carter Hayes. She said it slowly, like she was memorizing it. Okay. Carter Hayes. Listen to me very carefully. You need to leave, right now. Get in your car and drive back to your station. Don't stop. Don't look back. Don't answer your radio if it sounds wrong. Ma'am, I can't just leave you here. I'm not here, she said quietly. Not really. Neither is my car. We're just echoes, repeating, and you're getting caught in the loop. I don't understand. You will. She looked past me, at something in the distance, east toward mile marker 312. He's getting stronger. The closer you get to midnight, the stronger he gets. And he's learning to pull people in, to make you see things, to confuse time and space. Who? But I knew. Michael Brennan, the man who'd died at mile marker 312. She looked back at me. Go, please, before you can't anymore. I backed toward my cruiser, not taking my eyes off her. Come with me. I'll give you a ride. We'll figure this out. She shook her head. I can't leave. I've been here too long. But you can. You still can. I reached my cruiser, opened the door. I'm calling for medical assistance. We'll get you help. Carter. She said my name firmly. Look at your watch. I did. It read 23:47. The same time as a minute ago. I looked up. The woman was gone. The Honda was gone. I was standing on an empty stretch of highway, nothing but road and darkness. My radio erupted with static. Then voices, overlapping, confused. Linda's voice, but fractured, repeating, 723, where? 723. Location. 723. I got in my cruiser, slammed the door, locked it, put it in gear, drove west, away from mile marker 280, away from everything. Mile marker 275, 270, 265. My watch still read 23:47. Mile marker 260, 255, 250, still 23:47. I drove faster. The highway blurred past. My speedometer read 80, then 90, then 100. Still 23:47, and then ahead of me I saw it. All of them. The red Chevy, the blue Ford sedan, the white Honda. Parked in a line across both lanes, blocking the road. I slammed on the brakes, skidded to a stop. All three vehicles had their doors open. All three were empty. And standing in front of them, barely visible in my headlights, three figures. The older man from the Chevy, the woman from the Honda, and a third figure, younger, male, wearing clothes that looked scorched and torn. Michael Brennan. They stood there not moving, just watching me. My radio came to life. All three voices at once, overlapping, creating a chorus. Unit 723, you can't leave. You're part of it now. Mile marker 312. Come home, come home, come home. I threw the cruiser in reverse, backed up, spun around. Drove east. I didn't know why. Panic, instinct, away from them. But I knew where I was going. Knew where I had to go. Mile marker 280, 290, 300. My watch changed. 23:48. Time was moving again. Mile marker 305, the boundary of my district. The last safe marker. I should have stopped, turned around, called for backup. But I kept driving. Mile marker 310. My radio was screaming now. Linda's voice, distorted. "Carter, stop! Don't go to 312, Carter!" Mile marker 311. And then I saw it. The same as before. The blue Ford sedan. Driver's door open. Headlights on. Mile marker 312. I stopped, got out of my cruiser. I didn't know why, couldn't have explained it if I wanted to. But I walked toward the sedan. Michael Brennan was sitting in the driver's seat. Not dead, not burned, just there, looking at me. "You came back," he said. His voice was normal, calm. "What do you want?" I asked. "I don't want anything. I'm just here. I've been here for 6 months, or maybe longer. Time doesn't work right here. You've noticed that." "You're dead," I said. "I know. Rolled my car. Died on impact. But some part of me stayed. Couldn't move on, couldn't leave. And the longer I stayed, the more solid I became. The more I could affect things, make things happen. The calls, the vehicles, you're making me see them. Not exactly. They're real. They happened, or they're happening, or they will happen. All of it is true. It's just happening in the same place. Mile marker 312. This place is a fold in the road, Carter. A tear in the normal flow of time and space. And I'm stuck in it. Then let me help you. Let me get someone." He laughed, but it wasn't cruel, just sad. "Help me? Carter, I'm trying to help you, warning you, trying to keep you away, but you keep coming back. The notes. The notes. Yes. You shouldn't be here. Why are you still here? I was trying to warn you. But you're drawn here. All of you are. Everyone who works this highway. Sooner or later, you all come to mile marker 312. I felt cold. What happens when we do? Some of you leave. Most do. You get scared, you drive away, you never come back. But some, he looked at me carefully. Some of you get pulled in, become part of the loop, part of the fold. Like the woman, Catherine Phelps. Like Catherine, like Robert Diaz, like others. They're here now, stuck, repeating, waiting. For what? For someone to break the loop, or for someone to join it. I backed away from the vehicle. I'm leaving, right now. Are you? He gestured at my cruiser. Check your watch, Carter. I looked, 23:47. You've been here for 10 minutes, Brennan said. But time hasn't moved, because you're in the fold now, and I don't think you can leave. I ran to my cruiser, got in, started the engine, drove west. Mile marker 311, 310, 309. The numbers were going down. Good, I was getting away. Mile marker 308, 307, 306. My watch still read 23:47. Mile marker 312. I was back. The sedan, the open door, Brennan, watching me. I tried again, drove west, made it to mile marker 306. Then I was back at 312 again, and again, and again. No matter which direction I drove, I ended up back at mile marker 312. I tried the radio. Dead. My cell phone. No signal. I sat in my cruiser, engine running, and I understood. I was stuck. They found my cruiser 3 days later. Parked on the shoulder at mile marker 312, driver's door open, engine off. Keys in the ignition. No sign of me. Linda told me later, much later, that they searched for weeks. Dogs, helicopters, grid searches of the desert. Nothing. I'd vanished. My sergeant, Kowalski, couldn't understand it. I'd been a good trooper, reliable, not the type to just walk away from my vehicle and disappear into the desert. They investigated. checked my financials, my personal life, everything. Looking for some reason I might have wanted to disappear. They didn't find one. Eventually, the case went cold. Another missing person. Another unsolved mystery on the highway. But I didn't disappear. I'm still here. I've been here for I don't know how long. Time doesn't work the same way when you're inside the fold. Sometimes it feels like days, sometimes hours. Sometimes I think I've been here for years. I see the other troopers sometimes. They respond to calls at mile marker 312. Abandoned vehicles, disabled motorists. They walk right past me, shine their flashlights through me, but they don't see me. Because I'm not quite here anymore. Not quite anywhere. Brennan was right. This place is a fold, a tear, and once you're caught in it, you can't get out. You just repeat again and again. I watch the new troopers, warn them when I can, leave notes, try to make them understand. You shouldn't be here. Some of them listen. Get scared, leave, never come back. But some of them don't listen. They keep coming back. Keep investigating. Keep trying to solve the mystery. And eventually they join us. There are 7 of us now. 7 people stuck in the loop at mile marker 312. Brennan, Catherine Phelps, Robert Diaz, a truck driver named James Morrison, a woman named Sandra Klein, a teenager named Tyler Brooks, and me. We exist in the spaces between. We're there and not there. Real and not real. Visible when we want to be. Invisible when we don't. We've learned to affect things, small things, move objects, leave notes, make calls, create illusions of vehicles that lead people here. We don't want to. We try to warn people away, but the fold is hungry. It wants more, and it uses us to bring them in. I'm writing this now from inside my cruiser, the same cruiser they found empty 3 days after I disappeared. I sit here at mile marker 312, and I watch the highway. I watch for troopers who get too curious, who respond to too many calls here, who don't listen to warnings, and when I see one, I try to warn them. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Last week, a new trooper started in District 7, young guy, named Mason Walker. Eager, wants to make a difference. He doesn't know yet that I existed, doesn't know my name, doesn't know what happened here. But he will, because 2 nights ago, dispatch received a call, 047 hours, reporting an accident at mile marker 312, single vehicle, possible injuries. Mason responded. He found a vehicle, abandoned, lights on, driver's door open. He found a note on the driver's seat. You shouldn't be here. He left, went back to station, filed a report. But I know he'll come back. They always come back. And when he does, I'll be here. We'll all be here, waiting in the fold. Because that's what we do now. That's all we can do. We're the warnings that no one heeds. We're the calls that shouldn't exist. We're the vehicles that vanish and reappear. We're mile marker 312, and we're waiting for you to join us. So, if you're ever driving through the high desert at night, and you see a vehicle on the shoulder near mile marker 312, with its lights on and its door open, keep driving. Don't stop. Don't investigate. Don't try to help. Because if you do, you'll find out what I learned. Some places on the highway don't want to be found, and some places, once you find them, never let you leave. My name is Carter Hayes. I've been with the Highway Patrol for 11 years, and I'm still on duty at mile marker 312, still waiting, but no one ever listens. They never do. My name is Mason Walker, and I've been a state trooper for 7 years. Most of that time has been good, solid work, the kind of job where you help people Keep the roads safe. Go home at the end of your shift knowing you made a difference. Most of the time. I work out of Station 14, covering a 70-mile stretch of State Route 89 that cuts through the northern part of the state. It's beautiful country up here. Pine forests, mountain passes, the occasional glimpse of wilderness that reminds you how small we really are. In summer, you get tourists heading to the lakes. In winter, skiers and snowboarders. Year-round, you get truckers hauling freight between the cities, and you get mile marker 2 and 17. I didn't think much about it at first. It was just another marker, another point on the highway. The area around it was unremarkable. Flat stretch of road, pine trees on both sides, slight curve to the west. Nothing special, nothing that would make you remember it, except I kept ending up there. It started in October of 2023. I'd been on night shift for about 3 months, pulling the 2000 to 0400 rotation. 6 hours of mostly empty highway, occasional traffic stops, the rare accident or breakdown. Quiet work, the kind that lets your mind wander. I was northbound on the 89 about 2 hours into my shift when I got a call from dispatch. Unit 14, we have a reported debris in roadway, northbound lanes, approximately mile marker 217. Can you respond? Copy, dispatch. En route to mile marker 217. Debris calls were common. Someone's cargo comes loose, falls off a truck, ends up scattered across the highway. Usually it's just a matter of pulling over, clearing the road, calling public works if it's too big to handle alone. I arrived at mile marker 217 about 8 minutes later, pulled onto the shoulder, activated my light bar, grabbed my flashlight. The area was well lit by my cruiser's headlights and the lights from the marker itself. I didn't see any debris. I walked the northbound lanes, checking carefully. Nothing. No cargo, no fallen tree branches, no trash. The road was clear. I radioed back, dispatch, Unit 14. I'm at mile marker 217, no debris visible, road is clear. Copy, Unit 14. Caller reported seeing something in the roadway about 10 minutes ago. Maybe it's already been cleared or moved by traffic. Possible. I'll do a quick sweep of the shoulder. I checked both shoulders, north and southbound. Nothing. Just clean pavement and gravel. I walked maybe 100 yards in each direction from the marker. Still nothing. False alarm, probably. Someone saw something that wasn't there, or it had already been cleared by the time I arrived. I got back in my cruiser, resumed patrol. Didn't think much about it. 3 nights later, I got another call. Same thing. Unit 14, reported debris at mile marker 217, northbound lanes. I responded. Found nothing. Clean road, clear shoulder. I mentioned it to my sergeant the next day. Frank Reeves, good guy, been with the patrol for 20 years. He just shrugged. You'll get phantom calls sometimes, he said. People see shadows, think it's debris. Or they report something, then by the time we get there, someone else has already moved it. Don't worry about it. I didn't worry about it. Until it kept happening. Over the next month, I responded to mile marker 217 11 times. Always the same call. Debris in roadway. Always nothing there when I arrived. Different callers, according to dispatch. Different times of night. But always mile marker 217. I started keeping a log in my personal notebook. Not official, just for my own reference. Dated entries, times, what I found or didn't find. After the 11th call, I sat down with my notebook and looked for patterns. All the calls came between 2100 and 0200 hours. All were northbound. All reported the same thing, debris in the roadway. But no 2 callers described the same debris. One said it looked like a mattress. Another said wooden pallets. Another said it looked like a large animal, possibly a deer, but there was never anything there. I mentioned it to Frank again. This time, he looked more concerned. 11 times in a month, all at the same marker? Yes, sir. He pulled up the dispatch logs, checked the call records, frowned. The caller IDs are all different phone numbers, different locations. Not like it's one person pranking us. I know, it's strange. You said you've never found anything, not once. Not once, clean road every time. He thought about it. Could be a dead zone for cell signals. Phone GPS gets confused, reports the wrong location. We've had that happen before. That's what I thought. But I checked with dispatch. The callers are all giving specific descriptions. Northbound lanes just past mile marker 217, not like they're confused about where they are. Frank closed the log. Well, keep responding. If it's really nothing, eventually the calls will stop. But we can't ignore reported hazards. Yes, sir? They didn't stop. By mid-November, I'd responded to mile marker 217 17 times. Still never found anything. And I started noticing something else. The area around the marker felt wrong. I know how that sounds. I'm a trained law enforcement officer. I deal in facts, evidence, observable reality. But there's another kind of training you get in this job, the kind that comes from experience. You learn to trust your instincts. That prickle on the back of your neck when you approach a vehicle and something's off. That feeling in your gut that tells you to wait for backup, even though everything looks calm. Instinct kept you alive in this job. And my instincts were screaming at me that mile marker 217 was wrong. It wasn't anything I could point to specifically. The road looked normal. The trees looked normal. The marker itself was standard issue. Green metal post, white reflective numbers. Nothing unusual. But the air felt different there. Heavier. Like the pressure had changed. And it was always too quiet, even when I could hear traffic in the distance, wind in the trees. Normal night sounds. When I stood at mile marker 217, everything seemed muffled. Distant. Like I was standing in a bubble. I didn't tell anyone about this. How do you explain that to your sergeant? Hey Frank, I think mile marker 217 has bad vibes. They'd think I was losing it. Maybe I was. On November 18th, I got call number 19. Unit 14 reported debris, mile marker 217. I was starting to hate that marker. I responded, same as always. Pulled onto the shoulder, activated my lights, got out. It was a cold night, temperature in the low 30s. Clear sky, no moon. Just stars and darkness, and my cruiser's lights cutting through it. I did my usual sweep. Checked the roadway, the shoulders, walked the area. Nothing. As always. I was about to call it in when I noticed something I'd missed before. Tire marks on the shoulder. Fresh ones, judging by how dark the rubber was against the gravel. They started about 20 feet north of the marker and continued for maybe 30 feet before ending abruptly. Like someone had slammed on their brakes, skidded to a stop. I crouched down, examined them with my flashlight. Definitely fresh. Probably from within the last hour or two. And they weren't small marks either. Heavy vehicle, probably a truck or SUV. But there was no vehicle. And the marks just ended. They didn't continue onto the roadway or curve back toward the highway. They just stopped, right there on the shoulder. I stood up, feeling that wrongness intensify. Someone had braked hard here, recently. But where did they go? I walked further north, looking for signs of the vehicle. Maybe they'd pulled back onto the highway, but carefully without leaving more marks. Maybe they'd had a blowout, changed their tire, driven off. But I didn't find anything. No vehicle, no debris from a tire change, no footprints besides my own. Just those tire marks, starting and stopping in the middle of nowhere. I took photos with my phone, measured the distance from the marker, noted everything in my log. Then I called it in. Dispatch, Unit 14. No debris at 217, but I've got fresh tire marks on the shoulder. Looks like someone braked hard. No vehicle present. Might want to check if we have any reports of vehicles leaving the scene. Copy, Unit 14. I'll check recent calls. Stand by. I waited by my cruiser, watching the tire marks. They looked wrong, too, now that I was really looking at them. The pattern was odd. Normal braking creates a certain kind of mark. Straight lines, maybe some swerving if the driver was trying to avoid something. But these marks had a strange quality. They curved slightly like the vehicle had been turning while braking. But turning toward what? The trees? Dispatch came back. Unit 14. No reports of any incidents at that location tonight. No calls about vehicles leaving scenes. Copy. I'll keep an eye out. I resumed patrol, but I couldn't stop thinking about those tire marks, about where that vehicle had gone. 2 nights later, November 20th, I got another call. Mile marker 217. Reported debris. This time, when I arrived, there were more tire marks. Different pattern, different location, but same story. Fresh marks on the shoulder, starting and ending abruptly. No vehicle, no explanation. I took more photos, added them to my log. The collection was getting substantial now. Pages of notes, dozens of photos, all documenting what? Nothing happening at mile marker 217? On November 23rd, Thanksgiving night, I was pulling a short shift, 1800 to 2400. Traffic was light. Most people were home with family. I'd done a few welfare checks, helped one stranded motorist with a dead battery, otherwise quiet. At 2147 hours, dispatch called. Unit 14. We have a report of a vehicle off the roadway. Mile marker 217, northbound shoulder. Caller stated the vehicle appears to have its flashers on. Finally, an actual vehicle. Maybe I'd get some answers. Copy, dispatch, en route. I arrived at mile marker 217 6 minutes later. My headlights swept the area as I approached. No vehicle. I pulled onto the shoulder, got out, did my standard sweep. Nothing. No vehicle with flashers. No vehicle at all. Just empty shoulder and those damn tire marks that kept appearing. But this time there was something else. On the ground, right at the base of mile marker 217, there was a piece of paper. White, folded in half, weighted down with a small rock. I stared at it for a long moment. Paper doesn't just appear on the side of the highway. Someone put it there. Recently, because it was clean, no dirt, no signs of weathering, I took a photo before touching it. Then I pulled on gloves, picked it up. The rock rolled away into the gravel. I unfolded the paper carefully, written in pen, in neat handwriting. Please stop coming here. I looked around. The highway was empty. No vehicles in sight, either direction. The trees stood silent and dark. Everything was still. My skin prickled. Someone had left this note. Someone who knew I kept responding to calls at this location. Someone who wanted me to stop. I radioed in. Dispatch, Unit 14, no vehicle present at 217, but I found something, a note. I'm going to bag it as evidence. Copy, Unit 14. What does the note say? I hesitated. It says, please stop coming here. Silence on the radio. Then, copy. Bring it in when you return to station. I had an evidence bag in my cruiser. I put the note inside, sealed it, labeled it, added a detailed entry in my log about where and when I'd found it. Then I stood there, at mile marker 217, and I said out loud, "Who are you?" no response. Just silence and darkness, and that heavy, wrong feeling in the air. I got back in my cruiser and sat there for a minute, thinking. Someone was messing with me. Had to be. Calling in false reports, leaving notes, creating tire marks somehow. But why? What was the point? And how were they doing it? The calls came from different numbers. The tire marks appeared when no one was around. The note had been placed there within the last few hours. I'd checked this exact spot earlier in my shift, and it hadn't been there. Unless I'd missed it. Possible. It had been dark, and I hadn't been looking for something that small. I resumed patrol, but I was uneasy now. Someone was watching this location. Watching me. And I had no idea who or why. Over the next week, I responded to mile marker 217 4 more times. Each time, I found something new. November 24th. Another note. Same handwriting. You don't understand what this place is. November 26th. Tire marks in a different pattern. This time they formed almost a complete circle on the shoulder, like someone had been doing donuts, but perfectly circular, too perfect for a skidding vehicle. November 28th. A third note. They come through here. Don't be here when they do. November 30th. The most disturbing find yet. A wallet lying on the white line at the edge of the roadway. I checked the ID inside. Benjamin Cross, address in Flagstaff. I ran the name through our system. Benjamin Cross had been reported missing 3 months ago. Last seen heading north on Route 89. Last known location, mile marker 217. I stood there holding that wallet and felt cold settle deep in my bones. Benjamin Cross had disappeared here, and now his wallet had appeared here 3 months later, lying on the white line like someone had placed it there deliberately. I bagged the wallet, called it in. This was beyond strange reports and mysterious notes now. This was evidence in a missing person case. Frank called me into his office the next day. Mason, I've been looking at your reports from mile marker 217. 23 responses in 6 weeks. You've documented notes, tire marks, and now evidence from a missing person case. He looked tired, worried. I'm pulling you from that sector. Sir, I'm reassigning you to the Southern Loop for the next month. Let someone else handle 217 for a while. You need a break from it. But sir, if Benjamin Cross disappeared there, I know, and we're investigating. But you're too close to this now. You're seeing patterns everywhere, finding significance in things that might just be coincidence. He held up his hand before I could protest. I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm saying you need distance, fresh eyes. Let Rodriguez take that sector for a while. Rodriguez was another trooper, younger than me, relatively new. Yes, sir. Good. Take a few days off first. Come back Monday. You'll start the Southern Loop. I took the days off, spent them at home, trying not to think about mile marker 217, trying not to wonder what Rodriguez would find there. He found nothing. For 2 weeks, Rodriguez patrolled that sector. 0 calls to mile marker 217. No debris reports. No mysterious notes. No tire marks. Nothing. It was like whatever had been happening there had stopped the moment I left. That should have made me feel better. Should have proved that I'd been imagining things, seeing patterns where there were none. But it didn't. Because I knew what I'd seen. I had the photos, the notes and evidence bags, Benjamin Cross's wallet. All of it was real, and all of it had happened at mile marker 217. When I came back from my reassignment in January, Frank called me into his office again. Rodriguez didn't have a single call to 217, he said. Not one. Whatever was happening there, it stopped. Yes, sir. You can have your old sector back if you want it. But Mason, he looked at me seriously. If the calls start up again, if you find more evidence, I want you to report it immediately, and I want you to request backup before responding to that location. Understood? Understood. I took my old sector back, started patrolling the northern loop again, including the stretch that contained mile marker 217. The first night back, January 15th, I was northbound around 2200 hours. I approached mile marker 217 slowly, watching for anything unusual. The marker looked the same. Green post, white numbers, trees on both sides. Nothing strange. I drove past it without stopping. Continued my patrol, everything seemed normal. At 2247 hours, my radio crackled. Unit 14, reported debris at mile marker 217, northbound lanes. I felt my chest tighten. Copy. Dispatch. En route. When I arrived, the shoulder was empty. No debris, no tire marks, no notes. But there was something else. Something I'd never seen before. Standing at the tree line, maybe 40 feet from the marker, was a figure. I hit my spotlight, aimed it at the trees. The figure was still there. Human-shaped, but I couldn't make out details. Just a silhouette standing motionless among the pines. "State Police," I called out, hand on my weapon. "Step forward where I can see you." The figure didn't move. I called again, no response. I radioed for backup, kept my spotlight on the figure. It didn't move. Didn't react to the light or my voice. Just stood there, watching. Deputy Coleman from the county sheriff arrived 12 minutes later. I briefed him quickly, pointed to where the figure was standing. He looked, frowned. "I don't see anyone." "What? They're right there, in the trees." He looked again, squinting. "Mason, there's no one there, just trees." I looked back at the tree line. The figure was gone. We searched the area together, found nothing. No footprints, no signs anyone had been there. Coleman gave me a concerned look. "You sure you saw someone?" "I saw someone." He didn't argue, but I could tell he didn't believe me. After he left, I stood at mile marker 217 alone, shining my flashlight into the trees. Nothing. Just darkness and pines and that heavy, wrong feeling. I got back in my cruiser and wrote up my report. Documented everything. The call, the figure, the fact that Coleman hadn't seen it. And at the bottom of the page, I wrote something I'd been avoiding for weeks. There is something wrong with mile marker 217. After that night, I started researching. It wasn't official investigation. I was a patrol trooper, not a detective. But I had access to databases, archives, old incident reports, and I had questions that needed answers. I started with Benjamin Cross. Missing person report filed September 2nd, 2023. Last seen at a gas station in Prescott, heading north on Route 89. His truck had been found abandoned at mile marker 217. Keys in the ignition, wallet missing, no signs of foul play. The case was still open, but there were no leads. I dug deeper. Searched for any other incidents at or near mile marker 217. What I found disturbed me. Over the past 15 years, there had been 6 missing person cases with connections to that location. 6 people who had disappeared somewhere near mile marker 217. Not all at the exact marker. Some were within a mile or two, but all in the same general area. 2008. Sarah Mitchell, 34, driving alone. Vehicle found on shoulder near mile marker 216. No trace of her. 2011. David and Karen Peterson, married couple. 41 and 39. Their RV was found idling at mile marker 218. Coffee still warm on the table inside. No sign of them. 2014. Marcus Webb, 28, truck driver. His semi was found perfectly parked at mile marker 217. Load intact, logbook up to date. No sign of Marcus. 2016. Jennifer Caldwell, 52. Her car was found with the door open at mile marker 217.5. Purse and phone inside. No trace of her. 2019. Thomas and Amy Brennan, father and daughter, ages 56 and 17. Their SUV was found at mile marker 216.8. Amy's phone showed she'd been texting her boyfriend right up until they disappeared. The last text read, "Something weird is happening." And now, Benjamin Cross. September 2023. Mile marker 217. 7 disappearances. 7 vehicles found abandoned in the same 2-mile stretch of highway. No bodies, no evidence of foul play, no witnesses, just people vanishing from their vehicles. I compiled all this information into a file, printed out copies of the reports, highlighted the connections, created a timeline. It was thorough, professional, disturbing. I showed it to Frank. He looked through it slowly, his expression growing more troubled with each page. When he finished, he set it down and looked at me. "This is good work, Mason, detailed, but you know what this looks like, right? It looks like there's something happening at mile marker 217. It looks like a series of unrelated disappearances spread across 15 years in a 2-mile stretch of highway. That's not a pattern. That's statistical noise. 7 people, Frank, all in the same area. Route 89 is 170 miles long. We've had more than 7 disappearances along it in 15 years. People go missing, especially on remote highways. They wander off, get lost, have medical emergencies. It's tragic, but it happens. Their vehicles were all found abandoned. No signs of struggle. No evidence they walked away. Just gone." Frank sighed. "I hear you, and I'm not dismissing this. But what do you want me to do? Close down mile marker 217? Declare it haunted? I want permission to investigate. Properly. Set up surveillance, monitor the area, figure out what's happening there. We don't have the budget for that kind of operation. And honestly, Mason, I'm not convinced there's anything to investigate beyond coincidence." He slid the file back to me. "Keep your eyes open. Keep documenting. But don't let this become an obsession." I took the file back. "Yes, sir." But it was already an obsession, I knew that, and I couldn't stop. I started spending my off-duty hours at mile marker 217. Just sitting in my personal vehicle, parked on the shoulder, watching, waiting to see if anything happened. Nothing did. During the day, the location looked completely normal. Cars passed regularly. Trucks hauled freight. Tourists took photos of the scenery. It was just another stretch of highway. But at night, it changed. That heavy feeling came back. The silence. The sense that something was wrong with the space itself. I started bringing a notebook, documenting everything I observed. February 3rd, 2024, 21:30 to 23:30 hours. 14 vehicles passed northbound. 11 vehicles passed southbound. Temperature, 28 degrees. No unusual activity. Same heavy feeling. Checked multiple times if my ears were clogged. They weren't. At approximately 22:45, felt sudden temperature drop. Checked thermometer. Still 28 degrees. But felt much colder for approximately 3 minutes. February 5th, 21:30, 0100 hours, 8 vehicles northbound. 6 vehicles southbound. Temperature, 31 degrees. At approximately 23:18, heard sound like wind chimes. No wind, no source identified. At approximately 0047, saw brief flash of light in trees. Too quick for lightning. No storm. February 8th, 2200, 2400 hours. 11 vehicles northbound. 9 vehicles southbound. Temperature 29 centigrade. At approximately 2233, the number 217 on the marker appeared to flicker? Possibly reflection from passing vehicle. Checked when next vehicle passed, no similar effect. Saw the figure again. Approximately 2341 hours, same location as before in the tree line. Present for approximately 4 minutes, then gone, too dark to make out features. My girlfriend Rachel started getting worried about me. "You're spending every night out there," she said. "It's not healthy, Mason. You're obsessing." "I'm investigating." "You're sitting alone in the dark, staring at a mile marker." "That's not investigating. That's—" She didn't finish. "It's what?" "It's scaring me. You're not sleeping. You're barely eating. All you talk about is this place. It's like you're being pulled into something." She wasn't wrong. I could feel it. The pull. The compulsion to return to mile marker 217. To understand what was happening there. "I just need to figure this out," I said. "Why? Why does it have to be you?" I didn't have a good answer for that. On February 12th, I was on duty, northbound patrol, when I got the call I'd been dreading and expecting in equal measure. "Unit 14, we have a reported vehicle off roadway, mile marker 217. Caller states vehicle appears abandoned, driver's door open." My heart rate spiked. "Copy, dispatch, en route." I arrived within 4 minutes. My headlights swept the shoulder. There was a vehicle, a sedan, dark blue, parked on the shoulder. Driver's door open. Headlights on. I pulled in behind it, activated my light bar. Ran the plates before approaching. The vehicle came back registered to Michael Torres, address in Phoenix. No wants, no warrants. I approached carefully, hand near my weapon. "State Police. Anyone in the vehicle?" No response. The car was empty. Keys in the ignition. Engine running. A phone sat in the cup holder, screen dark. A travel mug of coffee in the other cup holder, still warm. But no driver. I checked the vehicle thoroughly. Registration and insurance in the glove box. Everything current, everything legal. A gym bag in the back seat. Some fast food wrappers. Normal car, normal belongings. But no person. I radioed it in. "Dispatch, Unit 14. Vehicle is here abandoned, engine running. No driver present. Registration comes back to Michael Torres. I'm going to check the surrounding area." "Copy, Unit 14. Be advised. We've got a call from a family member. Michael Torres's wife called about 15 minutes ago. Says she was on the phone with him when the call suddenly disconnected. Last thing he said was that he was pulling over because he thought he saw someone on the side of the road." My skin went cold. "Copy that. I'll expand my search." I grabbed my high-powered flashlight, walked the perimeter. Called out Michael Torres's name. Checked the tree line, the ditches, looked for any signs of someone walking away from the vehicle. Nothing. No footprints besides my own. No signs of anyone leaving the car. I went back to the sedan, looked more carefully. There was something on the driver's seat. A phone. No, 2 phones. One was the smartphone I'd seen earlier in the cup holder, but there was a second phone. Older model flip phone, lying on the seat. I hadn't noticed it before, I was sure of it. I'd looked at the driver's seat when I first checked the vehicle. There had been nothing there. I pulled on gloves, picked up the flip phone, opened it. The screen lit up. There was one text message sent about 5 minutes ago from a number with no name attached. The message read, "He walked to the marker. He's gone now. Stop looking. I stared at the message. Felt my hands start to shake. Someone had put this phone here, while I was searching the area, while I was 20 feet away looking for Michael Torres. Someone had walked up to his vehicle, placed this phone on the seat, and walked away, without me seeing or hearing them. I looked around. The highway was empty. No vehicles passing. No movement in the trees. No sound except the idle of Torres's engine and the soft ping of my light bar. I took photos of the phone, the message, everything. Then I called for backup, called for a detective, called for everyone. While I waited, I walked to mile marker 217. The green post stood silent in my flashlight beam. I shined the light all around it, looking for what? Evidence? A clue? I found something. On the ground, right at the base of the marker, there were marks in the dirt. Scrape marks, like someone had been dragging their feet. The marks led from the road to the marker, then stopped. They didn't continue past the marker. They just ended. Like whoever made them had ceased to exist right there. Detective Carla Morrison arrived about 20 minutes later. She was good, thorough, professional, skeptical in a healthy way. I gave her my report, showed her the phone, the message, the marks in the dirt. She documented everything, took her own photos. Then she looked at me. "You're the trooper who's been investigating this location, right? The one with the file on all the disappearances?" "Yes, ma'am." "Tell me about that." I did. Told her about the 7 disappearances, the pattern, the calls, the notes, everything. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. "That's concerning," she finally said. "I'm going to need to see your file, all of it. And I'm going to need you to walk me through every incident you've documented here." We spent the next 3 hours at mile marker 217. I showed her where I'd found the notes, where the tire marks had appeared, where I'd seen the figure in the trees. She photographed everything, took measurements, made notes, very thorough. Finally, as the sky was starting to lighten with approaching dawn, she turned to me. "I believe you," she said. "Something's happening here. I don't know what, but this is beyond coincidence. I'm opening an official investigation." Relief flooded through me. Someone believed me. Someone was taking this seriously. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. An investigation means scrutiny, media attention, questions about why this wasn't investigated sooner. It's going to get complicated. She paused. "And Mason, until we figure out what's happening here, I want you to avoid this location when you're off duty. No more surveillance. No more sitting here at night. If someone or something is targeting people at this marker, I don't want you to become the next victim." "Yes, ma'am." But I knew I wouldn't be able to stay away. Not completely. This place had its hooks in me now. Detective Morrison's investigation moved quickly. She compiled all the missing person cases, interviewed families, examined the vehicles that had been found. She requested helicopter surveys of the surrounding area, brought in search and rescue teams, deployed cadaver dogs. They found nothing. No bodies, no evidence, no answers. The media got hold of the story. Mysterious disappearances along Route 89 made the local news, then the state news, then a national true crime podcast picked it up. Suddenly, mile marker 217 was famous. People started showing up. Ghost hunters, true crime enthusiasts, curious tourists who wanted to see the cursed mile marker. The department had to assign extra patrols just to keep people from trespassing and interfering with the investigation. And then the copycat incident started. February 28th. Someone left a mannequin in a car at mile marker 217, staged to look like an abandoned vehicle. Took us 2 hours to determine it wasn't real. March 3rd. A group of teenagers were caught trying to fake tire marks and place mysterious notes around the marker. YouTube prank, they said. March 7th, someone spray-painted "They're still here" on the marker itself. We had to clean it off, install a security camera. The investigation was being drowned in noise. Real evidence was getting mixed with fake incidents. Detective Morrison was frustrated. "We need to shut this location down," she said at a meeting with the department brass. "Close the road, at least temporarily, until we can complete our investigation without interference." They wouldn't do it. Couldn't, really. Route 89 was a major thoroughfare. Closing it would reroute traffic, impact commerce, cause massive headaches. Instead, they installed more cameras, put up signs warning against trespassing, increased patrols, but they couldn't stop the disappearances. On March 15th, a woman named Patricia Owens vanished from mile marker 217. Her car was found with the engine running, door open, phone on the seat. Same as all the others. 8 people now. 8 people gone from the same location, and we were no closer to understanding why. I was at home when I got the call about Patricia Owens. Off duty, trying to sleep after a long shift. Rachel answered my phone, then handed it to me with a worried look. "Mason, this is Detective Morrison. Patricia Owens disappeared from mile marker 217 about an hour ago. I'm at the scene now. I need you to come in." "I'm off duty, I know. But you know this location better than anyone. I need your expertise." I drove out there, arrived just before dawn. The scene was chaos. Patrol units, detective vehicles, crime scene techs, the whole apparatus. Morrison pulled me aside. "Same M.O. as all the others. But this time we have something new." She led me to Patricia Owens' vehicle, pointed to the dashboard. There was a small digital camera, the kind hikers use for wildlife photography, mounted to the dashboard, facing forward toward mile marker 217. "It was recording," Morrison said. "Motion activated. It captured something." She showed me the footage on her laptop. The timestamp showed it had been recording for about 3 minutes before the motion stopped triggering it. The video showed the view from Patricia's dashboard. Mile marker 217 was visible in the headlights. The road was empty. Everything looked normal. Then, at the 147 mark, something changed. The marker flickered. Not the light reflecting off it. The marker itself. The numbers 217 seemed to shift, blur, reform, and then a figure appeared, just materialized in front of the marker. Human-shaped, but wrong somehow. The proportions were off, too tall, too thin. The figure stood there for maybe 5 seconds. Then it turned toward the camera, toward Patricia's car. And it started walking. The footage showed it getting closer. Closer. The headlights illuminated it, but somehow it was still in shadow. You couldn't make out features, just this wrong, impossible shape moving toward the vehicle. At the 234 mark, you could hear Patricia's voice. "What the hell? What are you?" The figure reached the car. The camera angle showed it stopping at the driver's side door. Then Patricia's voice again, different now. Terrified. "No, no, please, I don't want to." The footage cut off. Morrison and I stared at the frozen final frame. The figure standing next to the car. The timestamp, 0317 hours. "We checked the time," Morrison said quietly. "The motion stopped triggering the camera at 0317, exactly the moment the footage ends. But the camera was still recording. It kept going for another 10 minutes. Want to see?" I didn't want to, but I nodded. She played the rest of the footage. 10 minutes of nothing. Just the empty road. The marker. No figure, no movement. And then, at the very end, right before the battery died, something appeared in frame. Not the figure. Something else. The marker itself seemed to open. That's the only way I can describe it. The space around it warped, folded, like reality was tearing. And in that tear, I could see movement, shapes, things that might have been human or might have been something else. The tear existed for exactly 3 seconds. Then it closed, and mile marker 217 looked normal again. Morrison stopped the video. We sat in silence. Finally, I said, "What the hell is that place?" "I don't know, but we can't show this footage to anyone. Not yet. Can you imagine what would happen? The panic? The conspiracy theories? People need to know. People need to stay away from here." "I agree, but this..." She gestured at the laptop. "This looks like something out of a science fiction movie. No one will believe it. They'll say it's edited, faked. And even if they did believe it, what would we tell them? Don't drive on Route 89 because there's a tear in reality at mile marker 217? She had a point. "So, what do we do?" I asked. "We keep investigating, quietly. We gather more evidence. We try to figure out what that thing is and how to stop it." She looked at me. "And we keep people away from that marker, whatever it takes." Over the next few weeks, we tried everything. We put up barriers, warning signs, even stationed a trooper there 24/7. It didn't matter. The disappearances continued. 1 in April, 2 in May, 11 people now. 11 people swallowed by whatever existed at mile marker 217. And I started noticing something that terrified me. The calls were getting more specific, more targeted. At first, they'd been generic. Debris in roadway. Vehicle off shoulder. Standard stuff that could apply to anyone. But now they were different. Now they mentioned names. Unit 14, we have Michael Torres's wife requesting welfare check at mile marker 217. Unit 14, Patricia Owens reported seeing suspicious activity at mile marker 217. These people hadn't called in. Their families confirmed it. But somehow, calls were coming through dispatch, using their names, pulling them to that location. Like something at mile marker 217 was learning. Getting better at luring people there. And then, on May 23rd, I got a call that made my blood run cold. Unit 14, we have a report that Mason Walker is needed at mile marker 217. Emergency situation. I was in my cruiser, 20 miles south of that location, when the call came through. I grabbed my radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 14. What's the nature of the emergency?" "Unknown, Unit 14. Caller stated your name specifically. Said you needed to respond to mile marker 217 immediately." "Who was the caller?" "Number came up as blocked. Male voice. That's all I have." My hands were shaking. Whatever was at mile marker 217, it knew my name. It was calling for me specifically. "Dispatch, I'm not responding to that call. It's a false report. Whatever that is, it's not legitimate." Silence. Then, "Copy, Unit 14. Should I send another unit?" "No, don't send anyone. That location is compromised. I'm calling Detective Morrison." I pulled over, called Morrison directly, told her what happened. "Don't go there," she said immediately. "Stay away, I'll handle it." "I know, I won't. But Carla, it knows my name. It's calling for me." "I know. That's why you need to stay away. Transfer to a different sector. Hell, transfer to a different district if you need to. But don't go anywhere near mile marker 217. I wanted to argue. Wanted to say that I needed to face this, to understand it, to stop it. But I was scared. Truly scared. For the first time in my 7 years as a trooper, I was terrified of a location. "Okay," I said. "I'll stay away." I meant it when I said it. But mile marker 217 had other plans. I requested a transfer. Frank approved it immediately. I think he was relieved. I was moved to the Southern District, 100 miles away from mile marker 217. New sector, new roads, new problems. For 2 weeks, everything was fine. I patrolled different highways, responded to different calls, helped stranded motorists, pulled over speeders, did my job. Normal work. And I tried not to think about mile marker 217, but it wouldn't let me forget. It started with small things. I'd be driving, and I'd see 217 everywhere. License plates, building numbers, digital clocks that always seemed to show 217 when I looked at them. Coincidence, I told myself. Pattern recognition. Your brain looking for something it's been focused on. Then the dream started. I'd dream about the marker, standing there in the dark, watching that figure emerge from the trees. It would walk toward me, and I'd try to run, but my feet wouldn't move, and as it got closer, I'd see something behind it. A tear in the air, like the one from Patricia Owen's camera footage. And through that tear, I could see other people, all the missing people, standing there watching me, waiting. I'd wake up sweating, heart pounding. Rachel would try to comfort me, but she was getting scared too. "Maybe you should see someone," she suggested. "A therapist. This is traumatic, Mason. You're dealing with a lot." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're having nightmares, you barely sleep. You're still obsessing over this." "I'm not obsessing. I can't stop thinking about it. That's what obsessing is." She wasn't wrong, but I didn't know how to stop. Mile marker 217 had gotten inside my head, and I couldn't get it out. On June 6th, I was on patrol in my new sector, about 100 miles south of my old route. It was a quiet night. I'd been on shift for about 3 hours, hadn't had any calls yet. At 22:17 hours, 217 I noticed, my radio crackled. "Unit 14, we need you to respond to mile marker 217, northbound Route 89. We have a situation." I grabbed the radio. "Dispatch, I'm in the Southern District now. I'm not assigned to that area. You'll need to send someone else. Unit 14, the situation specifically requests you. We need you to respond." "Dispatch, I can't respond. I'm 100 miles away. It would take me over an hour to get there. Send someone from the Northern District." Static. Then a different voice. Not the dispatcher, a male voice, calm, cold. "Mason, we've been waiting for you. Come to mile marker 217. My skin went cold. "Who is this?" "Come home, Mason. Come back to where you belong." The radio cut out. I tried to call back. Dead air. I called dispatch directly on my cell phone. The dispatcher, Jennifer, I knew her voice, answered immediately. "Mason, what's going on? Your radio okay? Did you just call me? Ask me to respond to mile marker 217? What? No. I haven't called you in over an hour. Your sector's been quiet tonight." Someone just used the dispatch channel, called me by name, told me to go to mile marker 217. Silence. Then, "Mason, that's impossible. I'm the only one on dispatch right now. I didn't make that call. But I heard it, clear as day. Let me check the logs." I heard keyboard clicking. "No record of any transmission on your frequency in the last 90 minutes. Mason, are you okay?" Was I? I was hearing voices on my radio that weren't there, seeing numbers that haunted me, dreaming about tears in reality. "I don't know," I said honestly. "Why don't you come in? End your shift early. You sound stressed." Yeah, okay, I'm heading in." I drove back to the station, parked my cruiser, sat there in the lot, trying to calm down. My phone buzzed. Text message from an unknown number. "You can't run from this, Mason. We're connected now. You and mile marker 217, You'll come back eventually. They always do. I stared at the message, felt my hands start to shake again. I blocked the number, deleted the message, went inside. Frank was still there, working late. He saw me come in, saw my expression. "Mason, what's wrong?" I told him. All of it. The voices on the radio, the text message, the dreams, everything. He listened, his expression growing more concerned. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "Mason, I'm going to be straight with you. This sounds like you're having a breakdown. The stress, the obsession with that location, now you're hearing voices and getting mysterious texts. I think you need to take some time off, get help." "I'm not crazy, Frank. Something is happening." "I didn't say you were crazy. I said you need help. There's a difference." He pulled out a form. "Medical leave, 2 weeks, paid. See a therapist, get some rest. Come back when you're ready." "Frank, that's not a request, Mason. That's an order. You're on leave effective immediately. Turn in your service weapon and your badge." I felt like I'd been punched. But he was right. I knew he was right. I was falling apart. I turned in my weapon and badge, went home, told Rachel what happened. She held me while I cried. "It's okay," she said. "We'll get through this. You're going to be okay." But I wasn't sure I believed her. I spent the next few days in a fog. Barely left the house. Rachel made appointments with a therapist for me. Dr. Sarah Chen, specialist in trauma and PTSD. I went to the first session, told her about mile marker 217, about the disappearances, the investigation, the transfer, the voices. She listened without judgment. "It sounds like you've been through something very traumatic. 11 people disappearing from a location you were assigned to patrol. That's an enormous burden to carry. It's not about the burden. It's about the fact that something is happening there, something real, something dangerous. I believe that you believe that. And maybe something is happening there. But Mason, the voices you're hearing, the texts from unknown numbers, the obsessive thoughts, those are symptoms of trauma. Your brain is trying to process something it can't fully understand, and it's manifesting in these ways. So you think I'm imagining it. I think you're experiencing real psychological distress, and I think you need to focus on healing, not on solving this mystery." I went to 3 more sessions. Dr. Chen was kind, professional, genuinely trying to help. But she didn't understand. She couldn't. She hadn't been there, hadn't seen the footage, hadn't felt the wrongness of that place. On June 15th, my phone rang at 2:17 a.m. I was awake. I was always awake at 2:17 a.m. now, like my body had been programmed to wake up at that exact time. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. "Mason Walker?" A woman's voice, scared, breathless. "Yes, who is this?" "My name is Heather Cross. Benjamin Cross was my husband. He disappeared at mile marker 217 last year." I sat up in bed. I remember. I found his wallet there. "I need to talk to you, in person. I've been researching, and I found something. Something about that location. But I can't talk about it over the phone. Mrs. Cross, I'm on medical leave. I'm not investigating this anymore. Please. You're the only one who might believe me. Everyone else thinks I'm crazy, but I know my husband is still alive, and I know where he is." Despite myself, I was interested. "Where?" "Mile marker 217. He's still there. They're all still there, but they're not here. They're somewhere else, somewhere that exists in the same space but not the same reality." She sounded like she was crying. "I know how that sounds, but I have evidence. Please, just meet with me." I thought about it. Dr. Chen would tell me this was a bad idea. Rachel would tell me to stay away. Frank would probably threaten to make my medical leave permanent. But Heather Cross was the first person who seemed to understand, who had been touched by mile marker 217 and come to the same conclusions I had. "Okay," I said. "Where do you want to meet?" "Not near there, somewhere public, safe." "Do you know the diner on Highway 40, about 50 miles south of your station?" "I know it." "Tomorrow, 2 p.m. I'll bring everything I've found." She hung up before I could respond. I didn't sleep the rest of that night, just lay there thinking. Rachel stirred next to me around 5 a.m. "Who called?" she asked sleepily. "Wrong number." I hated lying to her, but I knew she'd try to stop me if I told the truth. The next day I drove to the diner, arrived 20 minutes early, ordered coffee, waited. Heather Cross arrived right on time. She was younger than I expected, maybe early 30s. Tired eyes, carrying a large manila folder. She sat down across from me. "Thank you for coming." "What did you find?" She opened the folder. Inside were dozens of documents. News articles about the disappearances, maps of Route 89, satellite imagery of mile marker 217, and something else. Old documents, yellowed with age. "It took me months of research," she said, "but I found the history of that location. Before Route 89 was built, before the highway existed, that area was something else." She pulled out an old map, dated 1847, pointed to a spot. "This is where mile marker 217 is now. Back then, it was a Native American sacred site. The Yavapai people considered it a threshold place, a location where the barrier between worlds was thin." I looked at the map. Barrier between worlds? That's what the historical records say. They believed certain locations had natural tiers in reality, places where you could cross over into other realms, and this was one of them. She pulled out more documents, newspaper clippings from the 1800s. "Look at these. Disappearances, even back then. People vanishing from that exact spot. Settlers, traders, travelers. Same pattern, same location." I read through the clippings. She was right. Dozens of disappearances, all from the same area, dating back over 150 years. "The Yavapai people knew to avoid it," Heather continued. "They marked it as forbidden ground. But when settlers came, they didn't listen. They built roads through it, and people kept disappearing. And you think this is still happening? That there's actually a tear in reality at mile marker 217? I know it sounds insane, but look at the evidence. Look at the footage from Patricia Owens's camera. You saw it, right?" "Yeah, I saw it." "Then you know I'm right. That place isn't normal. It's a threshold. And everyone who disappears there isn't dead. They're somewhere else, including my husband." I wanted to believe her. Part of me did believe her. But another part, the rational part, was screaming that this was impossible. "Even if you're right," I said carefully, "what can we do about it? How do you close a tear in reality?" "I don't know. But I think the first step is understanding it. Documenting it, proving it exists." She looked at me intensely. "I need to go there, to mile marker 217, and I need someone who understands, someone who's experienced it. Will you come with me?" Every instinct told me to say no, to walk away, to let this go. But I heard myself say, "When?" "Tonight, 2:17 a.m. Of course, 2:17 a.m. The time that had been haunting me. Why that specific time? Because that's when it's most active. I've been monitoring police reports, dispatch logs. Most of the disappearances happen between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock a.m., and the majority of them happen right around 2 scenes. Shh. size 17. She was right. I'd noticed that pattern too, but hadn't consciously connected it. Okay, I said, I'll meet you there. But we're not getting out of our vehicles. We observe, we document, we don't take any risks. She agreed. We made a plan. I'd come in my personal vehicle. She'd be in hers. We'd park on the shoulder with our hazards on, windows up, doors locked. Just watch, see what happened. It was a terrible idea. I knew it was. But I couldn't stop myself. I went home, told Rachel I was going to drive around for a while, clear my head. She believed me, or pretended to. At 1:45 a.m., I got in my truck and headed north. The drive took about 90 minutes. I arrived at mile marker 217 at exactly 2:13 a.m. Heather was already there, parked on the shoulder, hazards blinking. I pulled in behind her, left my engine running. Doors locked, windows up. My phone buzzed. Text from Heather. "Are you ready?" I texted back, "Ready." We waited. I watched the clock on my dashboard. 2:15, 2:16. At exactly 2:17 a.m., the temperature in my truck dropped. I could see my breath. The heater was on full blast, but the cold was overwhelming. And then I saw it. The marker began to flicker, just like in the footage. The numbers 217 seemed to shift, blur, reform. The air around the marker started to shimmer. Like heat waves, but wrong, like space itself was bending. And then it opened. I can't describe it any other way. The space around mile marker 217 opened, like reality was a curtain that had been pulled back. And through that opening, I could see another place. Dark, vast, filled with shapes that might have been human. One of the shapes was moving toward the opening, toward our world. I grabbed my phone, started recording. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. The figure emerged, stepped through the tear. The same figure from Patricia's footage. Too tall, too thin, wrong. It stood there in front of the marker, looking around, looking for something, looking for us. My phone buzzed. Heather, "Don't move, don't make a sound." I didn't need to be told twice. I sat frozen, watching this impossible thing standing 20 feet from my truck. It turned toward Heather's vehicle, started walking toward her. My phone buzzed again. "It's coming to me. If it touches my car, drive away. Don't stop, promise me." I texted back, "I promise." The figure reached Heather's car, placed one long-fingered hand against her driver's side window. The window cracked. Not broke, cracked like ice forming in fast forward. And then Heather's car began to sink. Not into the ground, into something else. The space around it warped, folded, and her vehicle was being pulled into it. I saw Heather's face in the window. She was screaming. I didn't drive away. I couldn't. I threw my truck into drive, hit the gas, aimed straight for the figure. My truck passed right through it, like it wasn't solid, like it was made of smoke. I skidded to a stop, spun around. Heather's car was half gone now, being dragged into that impossible space behind the marker. And then, at exactly 2:20 a.m., the tear closed. The shimmer stopped. The marker looked normal again. Heather's car was gone. Just gone. Like it had never been there. I sat in my truck, shaking, barely able to breathe. Grabbed my phone, dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? I'm at mile marker 217 on Route 89. A woman just disappeared. I witnessed it. I need police. Sir, can you repeat your location? Mile marker 217, Route 89. A woman's car just vanished. Sir, stay calm. Are you injured? No, I'm not injured. I I stopped, looked around. The tire marks from Heather's car were gone. The shoulder where she'd been parked looked undisturbed, like no vehicle had ever been there. "Sir, are you still there?" "Yes, I think I made a mistake." False alarm. I hung up, sat there, staring at the empty shoulder. I had video, I'd recorded it, I had proof. I pulled up the video on my phone, hit play. The footage showed my dashboard. The view through my windshield. Mile marker 217, illuminated by my headlights. Nothing else. No shimmering air, no tear, no figure, no Heather's car, just an empty highway and a green mile marker. I watched it 3 times. The video was exactly 3 minutes long. The entire time, nothing happened. Just normal footage of an empty road. But I'd seen it. I'd seen all of it. The tear, the figure, Heather's car disappearing. Unless I'd imagined the whole thing. I looked at my recent texts, found the conversation with Heather, read through our messages. Except they weren't there. My phone showed no record of any texts from Heather Cross. No texts to her. Nothing. I checked my call log. No record of her call at 2:17 a.m. 9 days ago. I searched for her contact. Not in my phone. Panic rising, I did a Google search for Heather Cross Benjamin Cross wife. No results. Benjamin Cross's missing person report mentioned that he was unmarried. No wife, no Heather. I sat there, in my truck, at mile marker 217, and I realized the truth. I'd never met Heather Cross. She didn't exist. I'd driven here alone at 2:17 a.m., and I'd witnessed something my mind couldn't process, so it had created a narrative. Given me a companion, made it feel less insane. But I'd been alone the whole time. I'm still alone now. They found me at mile marker 217 the next morning. I'd been sitting in my truck all night, engine still running, doors locked, unresponsive. Frank came personally, knocked on my window. I didn't answer at first. Couldn't. My mind was somewhere else. He had to break the window to get me out. They took me to the hospital, evaluated me, kept me for 72 hours for observation. Then they released me into Rachel's care with a referral for intensive therapy. I never went back to work. Took a medical retirement. Depression and anxiety, the official diagnosis said. Psychological trauma from the job. They were right, but not in the way they thought. Rachel stayed with me for 2 months, tried to help, but eventually she couldn't take it anymore. The nightmares, the obsession, the way I'd wake up at 2:17 every night, sweating and shaking. She moved out in August. I didn't blame her. Dr. Chen continued to see me. We had sessions twice a week. She helped me understand what happened, or what she believed happened. "Your mind experienced a traumatic fixation," she explained. "The disappearances at mile marker 217, the investigation, the stress, it all created a feedback loop in your brain. You started seeing patterns everywhere, creating narratives to explain the unexplainable. Eventually, your mind filled in gaps that didn't exist. So I imagined it all, the tear, the figure, Heather. I think you experienced something traumatic, and your brain processed it in a way that felt real. But yes, some of those experiences were likely hallucinations or delusions brought on by extreme stress." I wanted to believe her, wanted to accept that I'd had a breakdown, that there was a rational explanation. But I couldn't forget what I'd seen, what I'd felt. The cold, the wrongness, the absolute certainty that mile marker 217 was a threshold to somewhere else. Detective Morrison closed her investigation in September. "Lack of evidence," she said. No leads, no bodies, no explanations. The missing person cases remained open but unsolved. She came to see me once, brought coffee, sat in my living room. "I'm sorry, Mason," she said. "I know how hard you worked on this. I know what it cost you. Did you ever figure out what happened to the footage? From Patricia Owens's camera?" She looked uncomfortable. "The footage was corrupted, all of it. Technical glitch," the lab said. "We couldn't recover anything." "You're lying." She didn't deny it. "The department decided it was better to classify certain evidence, for public safety." "What did you really see on that footage, Carla?" She was quiet for a long time, then, "I saw something I can't explain. Something that shouldn't exist. And I agreed to let it be buried because I don't know what else to do. How do you tell people there's a hole in reality on their highway? How do you explain that 11 people have fallen through it? So you're just going to let more people disappear? We closed the road, permanently. Route 89 is being rerouted. Mile marker 217 is being removed. You can't remove it. It's not the marker. It's the place. Maybe, but we have to try." She stood up. "Take care of yourself, Mason. Get help. Move on." She left. I never saw her again, but I checked the news. She was right. Route 89 was being rerouted. They claimed it was due to environmental concerns, geological instability. The section containing mile marker 217 would be closed, decommissioned. I wanted to feel relieved, wanted to believe that would solve the problem, but I knew it wouldn't. The place would still be there. The threshold would still exist. Even without a road, even without a marker, that spot would remain. And it would still call to people. It still calls to me. Every night at 2:17 a.m. I wake up. I can feel it pulling at me, whispering, "Come back. Come home. You belong here." Some nights I get in my truck, start driving. I always tell myself I'm just going for a drive, clearing my head. But I always end up heading north, toward the closed section of Route 89, toward the place where mile marker 217 used to be. I've never made it all the way there. I always turn back, force myself to go home. But each time it gets a little harder. The pull gets a little stronger. I know what will happen eventually. I'll stop turning back. I'll drive all the way there. I'll park on the old shoulder where the marker used to stand. And at 2:17 a.m. the air will shimmer. Reality will tear. And I'll see them. All of them. The 11 people who disappeared. Benjamin Cross, Patricia Owens, the Petersons. All of them standing on the other side of that threshold, waiting for me to join them. Because that's what mile marker 217 does. It finds people who are connected to it, who have been touched by it. And it doesn't let go. I thought I was investigating disappearances, thought I was trying to solve a mystery. But I was wrong. The mystery was solving me, finding my weaknesses, learning my patterns, preparing me. And now I'm ready. Or maybe I'm not ready. Maybe I'll fight it forever. Wake up at 2:17 every night for the rest of my life feeling that pull, resisting it. Either way, I'm marked. Changed. Part of me is already there on the other side of that threshold, just waiting for the rest to follow. Dr. Chen asks me in our sessions if I still think about mile marker 217. I tell her no. Tell her I've moved on. She seems pleased with my progress. But I'm lying. I think about it constantly, dream about it, feel it in my bones. Last week, I drove past the closed section. The barriers were up, road closed signs posted. But I parked at a distance, walked through the trees to where mile marker 217 used to be. The marker was gone, removed. just an empty spot on the side of what used to be a highway. But I could still feel it, that wrongness, that heaviness in the air. The threshold was still there, still active, and I could hear them, faint, distant, but clear. Voices calling from somewhere else. They knew I was there. They were waiting for me. I walked back to my truck, drove away. But I left something there, a part of myself that I'll never get back. This morning, I got a text from an unknown number. Just 2 words. Soon, Mason. I didn't block it, didn't delete it, just stared at it. Because they're right, soon. Maybe tonight, maybe next week, maybe next year. But eventually, I'll drive back to that place. I'll stand where mile marker 217 used to be. I'll wait for 2:17 a.m., and when the air shimmers and reality tears open, I won't run, won't drive away. I'll step through, because that's where I belong now. On the other side of the threshold. With all the others who were touched by that place, mile marker 217 doesn't exist anymore. Not officially, not on any map, but it's still there, still waiting, still calling. And someday soon, I'm going to answer. I'm Detective Reynolds now. Have been for 3 years. Work homicide out of the city, decent pay, good benefits, normal hours. Well, as normal as homicide gets. Safe job. Predictable. But for 8 years before that, I was Trooper Jake Reynolds, Highway Patrol, District 9. Night shift, mostly. Long stretches of desert highway between 2 small cities that most people have never heard of. It was good work, honest work. The kind where you go home knowing you helped people. Until that year. The year I was followed. I don't talk about it much. Not to my wife, not to my colleagues, not even to the department therapist they made me see after I requested my transfer. But it happened. Every bit of it happened, and there are nights, even now, 3 years later, when I check my rearview mirror more than I should, looking for headlights that shouldn't be there. It started in March of 2021. I'd been with the Highway Patrol for 5 years at that point, 3 of those on night shift. I knew my sector inside and out, every exit, every crossover, every place where speeders liked to hide, every stretch where drunk drivers tended to drift. I was good at my job. Commendations, couple of life-saving awards, never a complaint. My sergeant, Tom Hutchins, said I had a future in the patrol, maybe even move up to training or investigations. I should have stayed, should have made a career of it. But that was before the cruiser started following me. March 11th, 2021. Thursday night. I clocked in at 2200 hours, same as always. Did my vehicle check, tires, lights, equipment. Everything in order. The dispatcher that night was Marcus, good guy, been doing it for years. We had a quick briefing, no special alerts, no weather issues, just standard patrol. Quiet night, Marcus said. Hopefully stays that way. I grabbed my coffee, my logbook, headed out. The night was clear, temperature in the mid-50s. Perfect patrol weather. My sector covered about 80 miles of Interstate 15, mostly desert. A few small towns at the exits. Thursday nights were usually slow. Too late in the week for partiers, too early for weekend travelers. I expected maybe a few speeders, 1 or 2 stranded motorists, nothing major. The first few hours passed normally. I wrote 2 speeding tickets, helped a family with a flat tire, checked on a semi that was parked at a rest area. Driver was just taking a nap, all legal. Standard stuff. Around year 130 hours, I was southbound, approaching mile marker 94, when I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. Not unusual. Vehicles passed me all the time. But these headlights looked familiar. The spacing, the height, the slight angle. They looked like patrol headlights. I watched them in my mirror. The vehicle was maintaining distance, staying about a quarter-mile back. Same speed as me, 65 in a 65 zone. I radioed in, "Dispatch, Unit 97. Do we have any other units in my sector tonight?" "Negative, 97. You're solo in District 9. Closest unit is Baker and he's up in District 10, about 40 miles north of you." "Copy, just checking." The headlights stayed behind me. I watched them for another minute, then decided to test something. I slowed down to 60. The headlights slowed down too, maintaining the same distance. I sped up to 70. The headlights matched my speed. Probably just someone who felt safer following a patrol car. Happens sometimes, especially with nervous drivers or people who were lost. They'd see my light bar and tail me for a while, figuring I knew where I was going. I decided to let them pass. Pulled into the right lane, slowed down to 60, watched my mirror. The headlights moved to the right lane too, slowed down, maintained distance. Okay, that was odd. If they wanted to pass, they should have moved to the left lane, but they didn't. They stayed behind me. I tried the radio again. "Dispatch, 97, I've got a vehicle following me southbound, approaching mile marker 92, maintaining constant distance. Might be lost. I'm going to pull over, see if they need assistance." "Copy, 97. I activated my turn signal, pulled onto the shoulder, came to a stop. The headlights behind me slowed, but instead of pulling over or passing, they just stopped, right there in the right lane, about 200 yards behind me. I could see the vehicle now in my spotlight. It was a patrol cruiser, same make and model as mine, same light bar configuration, same markings. But whose? I radioed again. "Dispatch, 97. The vehicle following me appears to be a highway patrol cruiser. Can you confirm no other units are in my area?" "Stand by, 97. I heard keyboard clicking. "Confirmed. No other units in District 9. Baker is still up north. Miller and Chang are both in District 11, west of you. No one should be in your sector." "Copy. I'm going to approach the vehicle." I got out of my cruiser, flashlight in hand. The other cruiser was still sitting there in the right lane, engine running, headlights on. No movement inside that I could see. I walked toward it slowly, hand near my service weapon. This wasn't protocol. You don't approach an unknown vehicle in the middle of a lane, but it was a patrol cruiser. One of ours. Had to be someone I knew. As I got closer, I could make out more details. The cruiser was identical to mine. Same year, same model. The unit number on the side was... I squinted, trying to read it in the darkness. 97, my unit number. I stopped walking, looked back at my cruiser parked on the shoulder. Unit 97. Looked back at the cruiser in front of me. Also 97. That wasn't possible. Each unit had a unique number. There couldn't be two 97s. I approached more carefully now. The windows were tinted, but I could see through the windshield. There was someone in the driver's seat. I couldn't make out details. The angle was wrong, the lighting too poor, but there was definitely someone there. I tapped on the driver's window with my flashlight. "Highway Patrol, roll down your window, please." No response. The figure in the driver's seat didn't move. I tried the door handle. Locked. "Sir or ma'am, I need you to roll down your window. This is an official traffic stop." Still nothing. I shined my flashlight through the window, trying to get a better look at the driver. The figure was wearing a highway patrol uniform. I could see that much. The same uniform I was wearing, but I couldn't see the face. It was in shadow or turned away or something. Every time I tried to focus on it, my eyes seemed to slide away. A car horn blared. I jumped, turned. A semi was approaching in the left lane. the driver leaning on the horn because there was a patrol car just sitting in the right lane blocking traffic. I waved at the truck, signaling it to go around. Turned back to the cruiser. It was gone, not driven away, just gone. The lane was empty. No taillights disappearing in the distance. No sound of an engine. Just gone. I stood there in the middle of the highway, flashlight in hand, staring at empty asphalt, radioed in. Dispatch 9-7, the vehicle is gone. Gone? Did it drive away? I don't know. I turned away for a second, and when I looked back, it was gone. Silence on the radio. Then, "Copy, 9-7. Are you feeling all right? Need a break?" "I'm fine, just a strange situation." Resuming patrol. I walked back to my cruiser, got in. Sat there for a minute, trying to process what I'd just seen. A patrol cruiser with my unit number, a driver who wouldn't respond. A vehicle that disappeared in the 2 seconds I looked away. I checked my dash cam. It was running, same as always. I'd have footage, evidence, proof I wasn't imagining things. I resumed patrol, heading south. Kept checking my rearview mirror, no headlights following me now, just normal traffic. At 0300 hours, I pulled into a rest area. Used the facilities, grabbed a snack from the vending machine, logged my mileage. Everything normal. When I came back to my cruiser, there was something on my windshield. A piece of paper tucked under the wiper blade. I looked around the rest area. Empty. Just my cruiser and one semi parked at the far end. I pulled the paper free. It was a standard highway patrol incident report form. Filled out in handwriting that looked like mine but wasn't quite right. Too neat, too perfect. The report was dated March 11th, 2021. Tonight. Under incident description, someone had written, Unit 9-7 observed following Unit 9-7. No contact made. Subject vehicle disappeared. No explanation found. Under reporting officer, my name was signed, Jake Reynolds. But I hadn't written this report. I hadn't filled out any paperwork yet tonight. I looked at the rest of the form. Under time, it said 0130 hours. The exact time I'd first noticed the headlights following me. Under location, it said mile marker 94. The exact location where I'd first seen them. Someone was documenting my shift, in real time, using official forms, with my signature. I put the report in an evidence bag, locked it in my trunk. Radioed Marcus. Dispatch 9-7, I found something at the rest area. A report that I didn't write. Someone's monitoring my patrol. Say again, 9-7? I explained about the report, the details that matched my shift. The signature. Marcus was quiet for a moment. Jake, that's concerning. You want to come in? End the shift early? No, I'm fine, just keeping you informed. Copy. Let me know if anything else happens. I resumed patrol. The rest of the shift was uneventful. No more headlights following me. No more mysterious reports. Just normal highway work. I clocked out at 0600 hours, went home, tried to sleep. But I kept seeing those headlights in my mind. That cruiser with my unit number. That figure in the driver's seat that I couldn't quite see. I pulled up the dash cam footage on my laptop. Watched the section where I'd approached the cruiser in the lane. The footage showed me getting out of my cruiser, walking toward empty road. There was no cruiser, no vehicle at all, just me, walking down the middle of the highway shining my flashlight at nothing. I watched it 3 times, same thing every time. No cruiser, no headlights, just me, alone on the highway. But I'd seen it. I knew I had. It had been there. Unless it hadn't. I called in sick the next night. Told Sergeant Hutchins I had the flu. He told me to take care of myself, get some rest. I spent the night at home trying not to think about it, trying to convince myself it had been a hallucination. Fatigue. Too many night shifts. Something. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something had started that night, something that wasn't finished yet. On March 13th, I went back to work. Night shift, same as always, clocked in at 2200 hours. Marcus was on dispatch again. Feeling better? Yeah, just needed a night off. Good, quiet tonight, should be easy. I grabbed my coffee, my logbook, headed out. The first hour was normal, wrote 1 speeding ticket, checked on a disabled vehicle. Just ran out of gas, I called them a tow. Standard stuff. At 23:15 hours, I was northbound, approaching mile marker 102 when I saw them again. Headlights in my rearview mirror. Same spacing, same height, same distance. I felt my chest tighten. Dispatch 9-7, I've got a vehicle following me again, same situation as Thursday night. Copy, 9-7, what's your location? Northbound, mile marker 102. Do you want backup? Negative, just documenting. I'm going to see if they'll pass. I slowed down, the headlights slowed down, I sped up. The headlights matched my speed. I pulled into the left lane. The headlights moved to the left lane. I pulled into the right lane. The headlights followed. It was the same vehicle. Had to be. Same behavior, same distance. I decided to try something different. There was an exit coming up at mile marker 105. I'd take it, see if the vehicle followed. I signaled, took the exit. Watched my mirror. The headlights took the exit too. The exit led to a small town called Riverside. Population maybe 2,000. 1 main street, a few gas stations, mostly residential. Dead-end town. If you took this exit, you either lived here or you made a wrong turn. I drove through town slowly. The headlights stayed behind me, maintaining distance. I reached the end of the main street. The road split. Left went to residential areas. Right went back to the highway via a different on-ramp. I turned right. The headlights turned right. We were heading back to the highway. I merged back onto I-15 northbound. The headlights merged behind me. Nothing had changed. We'd made a complete loop and the vehicle was still following me. I radioed in. Dispatch, 9-7, vehicle is still following. I exited at Riverside, came back on. It followed the entire route. Copy. Jake, I'm getting concerned. Want me to call in a unit from another district? No, not yet. I'm going to try to stop them again. I pulled onto the shoulder, put on my hazards, got out of my cruiser. The headlights slowed, stopped in the right lane, maybe 200 yards back. I could see it clearly now. Highway patrol cruiser. Same make, same model, same markings. Unit number 9-7. I started walking toward it. Hand on my flashlight, other hand near my weapon. As I got closer, I could see the driver. Same as before. Highway patrol uniform, but face in shadow, unreadable. I was maybe 50 feet away when the cruiser's light bar activated. Red and blue lights started flashing. The pattern was correct, the exact sequence our cruisers used. Then the siren came on. Not the full siren, just one whoop. The sound we make when we're initiating a traffic stop. I stopped walking. The cruiser was signaling a traffic stop. But I wasn't in a vehicle. I was on foot. The driver's door opened. A figure stepped out. Highway patrol uniform, just like mine. Same height as me, same build. But I still couldn't see the face. It was like my eyes refused to focus on it. Every time I tried to look directly at it, my vision would blur, slide away. The figure stood there next to the cruiser, waiting. I keyed my radio. Dispatch 9-7, the driver just got out of the vehicle. Can you Can you see if anyone matching my description is logged as on duty tonight? Another unit, another district? Stand by. Keyboard sounds. -97. No one matching your description on duty tonight except you. Copy. The figure started walking toward me. Slow, steady steps. Same walk I use when I approach a vehicle on a traffic stop. Professional, careful. Ready. I backed up. Stop right there. Identify yourself. The figure kept walking. I said stop. This is an official order. It didn't stop, just kept walking, getting closer. I drew my service weapon. Stop, or I will be forced to take defensive action. The figure stopped, maybe 20 feet away now, close enough that I should be able to see details. Face, badge number, name tag. But I couldn't. It was like looking at a photograph that's out of focus. The uniform was clear, the body was clear, but the identifying features were just absent. We stood there facing each other. 2 highway patrol officers on an empty stretch of highway in the middle of the night. A semi roared past in the left lane. The wind from it buffeted me, made me squint. When I opened my eyes again, the figure was gone. The cruiser was gone. Just empty highway. I stood there, weapon still drawn, staring at nothing. Holstered my weapon. Walked back to my cruiser. Got in. Sat there, hands shaking. Marcus's voice came over the radio. 9-7, status? It's gone again. Vehicle and driver. Disappeared. Long silence. Then, Jake, I'm calling Sergeant Hutchins. I think you need to come in. Copy. Hutchins called my cell phone 10 minutes later. Reynolds, what the hell is going on out there? I told him everything. The cruiser, following me. The unit number matching mine. The driver I couldn't see. The way they both disappeared. He was quiet for a long time. You been drinking? No, sir. Drugs? Any medication? No, sir. You hit your head recently? Any injuries? No, sir. I'm not imagining this. It's really happening. Then we need to figure out what it is. Because, right now, you're reporting encounters with a vehicle that doesn't exist. That's concerning, Jake. You understand why that's concerning? Yes, sir. I want you to finish your shift. Come straight to the station. We're going to review your dash cam footage together. Look at everything. Figure this out, okay? Okay. I finished my shift. No more incidents. No more headlights following me. Just normal patrol. But when I got back to the station before I went to see Hutchins, I checked something. Our cruisers are logged. Every unit has a GPS tracker. I pulled up the tracking system, entered my unit number 97, and looked at tonight's route. The map showed my path. Exactly where I'd driven. The loop through Riverside, the stops on the shoulder. All of it. But there was something else, a second path, overlaid on mine. Following the same route, but offset by a few seconds. Like a shadow trail. I zoomed in. The second path had a unit identifier, Unit 97. There were 2 Unit 97s in the tracking system, both driving the same route, both active at the same time. I printed the report, took it to Hutchins' office. He looked at it, frowned. GPS glitch, has to be. Sir, look at the timing. The second path follows mine exactly, but a few seconds behind. That matches what I saw, the cruiser following me. Jake, you're saying there's a duplicate of your cruiser following you around. You hear how that sounds? I know how it sounds. But look at the evidence. The GPS tracking, the incident report I found. The dash cam might not show it, but something is happening. He studied the printout. I'll send this to a T. Have them check for system errors. In the meantime, I'm putting you on desk duty. No patrol until we figure out what's going on. Sir, That's not a request, Reynolds. You're seeing things that aren't there, or things that shouldn't be there. Either way, you're not going out on the highway until we have answers. Understood? Understood. I went home that morning feeling defeated, frustrated, but also relieved. Maybe desk duty was better. Maybe I needed a break from the highway. But that night, even though I wasn't on shift, even though I was home in bed next to my wife, I heard it. At exactly 2315 hours, the time the headlights had appeared both nights, I heard a siren. Faint, distant, but clear. The pattern was unmistakable. Highway patrol. One whoop. I got up, looked out the window. My street was empty. No vehicles. No lights. But I could hear it. That siren. Getting closer, I watched from the window. Waited. At exactly 2317 hours, a highway patrol cruiser drove slowly past my house. Headlights on. Light bar dark. Same make and model as my unit. As it passed under the streetlight, I could see the unit number on the side. 97. The cruiser continued down the street, turned the corner, disappeared. I stood at the window, heart pounding. It had followed me home. I didn't tell my wife. How could I? Honey, there's a ghost patrol car following me. She'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. I spent the next 3 days on desk duty, filing reports, organizing case files, doing inventory. Tedious work, but safe. No highways, no night shifts, no cruisers following me. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. That cruiser driving past my house. The GPS showing 2 Unit 97s. The driver I couldn't see. It came back with their analysis of the GPS tracking. System error, they said. Probably a glitch in the logging software. Nothing to worry about. But I'd seen the cruiser multiple times. That wasn't a software glitch. On March 17th, Hutchins called me into his office. Jake, I've been thinking about your situation. I want to try something. You still think something's following you? Yes, sir. Okay. Tonight, I'm going to ride along with you. We'll do a full shift together. If this cruiser appears, I'll see it too. That way we can confirm whether it's real or something else. Relief flooded through me. Thank you, sir. That would be really helpful. Don't thank me yet. If I don't see anything, we're having a serious conversation about your fitness for duty. Understood? Understood. That night, Hutchins and I clocked in together. He rode passenger in Unit 97. I drove. Where did you first see it? He asked as we pulled out of the station. Mile marker 94 southbound. Around 130 hours. All right, we'll run that route, see what happens. The first few hours were quiet. We did standard patrol work. Hutchins observed, took notes, asked questions, professional evaluation. Around midnight he asked, "You've been sleeping okay? Getting enough rest?" As much as anyone on night shift. Any personal stress? Problems at home? No, sir, everything's fine. No history of mental illness in your family. I understood what he was doing. Building a case for why I might be hallucinating. No, sir. I'm just trying to understand, Jake. What you're describing, it's not normal, you know that. I know, but it's happening. We drove in silence for a while. I kept checking my rearview mirror. No headlights following us, just normal traffic. At 1:38 hours, we were approaching mile marker 94. Southbound. Almost the exact time and location where I'd first seen the cruiser. I checked my mirror, nothing yet. 0:29 hours, still nothing. 0:30 hours. Headlights appeared in my mirror. Sir, there, behind us. Hutchins turned, looked. I see headlights, so what? Watch them, watch how they stay the same distance behind us. We drove. The headlights maintained position, quarter-mile back. "They're just driving the same speed as us," Hutchins said. I slowed down. The headlights slowed down. Hutchins frowned. "Okay, that's odd, but could be coincidence." I sped up. The headlights sped up. "Still, could be someone who wants to follow a patrol car," Hutchins said. "Let's see if they'll pass." I pulled into the right lane. The headlights moved to the right lane. Hutchins was quiet now, watching. I pulled back into the left lane. The headlights followed. "All right," Hutchins said. "That's definitely strange behavior. Let's pull them over." I activated my light bar, pulled onto the shoulder. The headlights slowed, stopped in the right lane. Hutchins grabbed his flashlight. "Stay here, let me approach." "Sir, I said, stay here, that's an order." He got out, walked toward the vehicle. I watched through my mirrors. The headlights illuminated a highway patrol cruiser. Same make as ours. Same model. Hutchins stopped walking. I saw him key his radio. "Jake, what's the unit number on this cruiser?" I looked closer. "I can't see from here, sir." "It says 97. Silence. Then, "Sir, we're in 97. "I know that. Come here. Look at this." I got out, walked over to where Hutchins was standing. We both stood there, looking at the cruiser stopped in the lane. Unit 97, identical to ours. Hutchins tried the door handle. Locked. He tapped on the window. "Highway Patrol, roll down your window." No response. He looked at me. "There's someone in there. You see them?" "Yes, sir. But I can't see their face." "Neither can I. What the hell is this?" He tapped harder on the window. "This is Sergeant Hutchins, Highway Patrol. You need to identify yourself right now." The figure in the driver's seat didn't move. Hutchins tried his radio. "Dispatch, Unit 97. We need immediate backup at mile marker 92 southbound. We have an unidentified patrol vehicle with a non-responsive driver." Marcus's voice came back. "Say again, 97? You have an unidentified patrol vehicle?" "Affirmative. Unit number on the vehicle also reads 97. Driver won't respond to commands." "Copy. I'm sending Baker from District 10. ETA 20 minutes." A car approached from the north. Hutchins waved it around the scene. As the car passed, its headlights swept across the mysterious cruiser. For just a second, in that light, I saw the driver's face. It was me, wearing my uniform, sitting in my cruiser, staring straight ahead. I grabbed Hutchins's arm. "Sir, did you see—" "I saw it." His voice was shaking. "That's impossible. You're standing right here." "I know." The car passed. The light changed. The driver's face was in shadow again, unreadable. Hutchins backed away from the vehicle. "Jake, get back to our cruiser, now!" We both walked backward, not taking our eyes off the mysterious cruiser. Got back to our vehicle. "What the hell is this?" Hutchins repeated. "What the hell is happening?" "I don't know, sir, but it's been following me for a week." We sat in our cruiser, watching the other cruiser. It just sat there in the lane, engine running, headlights on, not moving. Hutchins pulled out his phone, started taking pictures. "We need documentation, evidence, because no one's going to believe this." As he was taking photos, the other cruiser's light bar activated. Red and blue lights started flashing. Then the driver's door opened. The figure stepped out. Highway Patrol uniform, my build, my height. It stood next to the cruiser, facing us. Hutchins grabbed his radio. "Dispatch, the driver just exited the vehicle. Advise Baker to expedite." "Copy, 97. The figure started walking toward us. Same walk I use, same posture. Hutchins drew his service weapon. "Stop right there. Identify yourself." The figure kept walking. I drew my weapon too. "Sir, it won't stop. It didn't last time." "How close did it get?" "About 20 feet. The figure was at 30 feet now. 25, 20. Hutchins's hand was shaking. "Jake, is that really you?" I looked at the figure. In the light from our high beams, I could see details now. The face was mine, exactly mine. Same features, same expression, or lack of expression. Just blank. Emotionless. "I'm right here, sir. That's not me." 15 feet. "Last warning," Hutchins shouted. "Stop or we will fire." The figure stopped, but it didn't look at Hutchins. It looked at me, made eye contact, and then it spoke. My voice, exactly my voice. "You can't run from yourself, Jake." Hutchins's eyes went wide. "What did you say?" The figure smiled, my smile. "This is where you belong, on the highway, at night, forever." "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm you. The you that never left. The you that keeps driving these roads even after everyone else goes home." A semi roared past in the left lane. The wind from it made us all squint. When I opened my eyes, the figure was back at the cruiser. Getting in. Closing the door. The light bar deactivated. The cruiser pulled forward, merged into traffic, drove away southbound. Hutchins and I sat there in stunned silence. Finally, he said, "We both saw that. We both heard it." "Tell me we both saw and heard that." "We did, sir." "What the fuck was that?" "I don't know." He looked at his phone. "I got photos, video, it's documented." We waited for Baker to arrive. When he pulled up 20 minutes later, we explained the situation, showed him the photos and video. Baker looked at the evidence, looked at us. "You're serious? This isn't some kind of joke?" "Does it look like we're joking?" Hutchins snapped. "No, sir, it's just, this is impossible." "I know it's impossible, but it happened." We filed an official report, attached the photos and video. Hutchins called the watch commander, explained the situation. At 0400 hours, we were called back to the station. There was a meeting. Hutchins, me, the watch commander, the district captain. They reviewed the evidence. The photos showed a highway patrol cruiser stopped in a lane. You could make out the unit number, 97. But the driver's seat appeared empty. No figure, no person. The video was worse. It showed the cruiser, showed the door opening, but no one getting out, just an empty door swinging open, then closing again. Then the cruiser driving away. The audio was intact. You could hear Hutchins and me talking, hear us saying, "Stop," and "Identify yourself." But you couldn't hear the figure's responses. The parts where it spoke, "You can't run from yourself," and the rest, there was just silence. The captain looked at us. "Gentlemen, I don't know what you experienced out there, but this evidence doesn't support your account." "Sir, we both saw it," Hutchins said. "Both heard it. It was real. I believe you believe that. But look at this footage, there's no one there. The camera isn't seeing what we saw," I said. "It's like what happened with my dash cam. The equipment can't capture it. Then what are we dealing with? A ghost? A hallucination you both shared?" No one had an answer. The captain sighed. "I'm ordering psychological evaluations for both of you, and Jake, you're on administrative leave pending the results. Tom, you're on desk duty. We'll figure this out, but neither of you are going back on patrol until we do." "Sir," Hutchins started. "That's final." I went home that morning feeling numb. My wife was already awake, making coffee. "You're home early," she said. "Yeah, they sent me home." "Why?" I wanted to tell her, wanted to explain everything, but how could I? Just some administrative stuff, nothing to worry about. She looked at me like she knew I was lying, but she didn't push. I went to bed, tried to sleep, couldn't. Just lay there staring at the ceiling. At 23:15 hours, even though I was home, even though I wasn't on shift, I heard it again. That siren, one whoop. I got up, looked out the window. The cruiser was there, parked across the street. Unit 97A, headlights on, light bar dark. I could see the driver, sitting there, watching my house. I grabbed my phone, called Hutchins. "Sir, it's here, at my house, right now. I'm on my way." I watched the cruiser while I waited. It didn't move, just sat there. The driver, the figure, the thing, whatever it was, just watched. Hutchins arrived 15 minutes later, pulled up in his personal vehicle, got out, walked over to my house. I met him at the door, pointed across the street. The cruiser was gone. Hutchins stood there, looking at the empty street. "Jake, there's nothing there." "It was there. It was watching my house." "I believe you, but it's not there now." We stood on my porch, looking at the empty street. Quiet, suburban neighborhood. Normal. Safe. Except it wasn't safe anymore, because something was following me. And it didn't just follow me on the highway, it followed me home. Over the next week, I saw the cruiser every night. Always at 23:15 hours. Always parked across the street. Always watching. Sometimes it would be there for hours. Sometimes just minutes. But it always came. My wife started noticing. "Jake, what do you keep looking at out the window?" "Nothing. Just checking the street." "You're scaring me. What's going on?" I couldn't tell her, couldn't explain. How do you tell your wife that a duplicate of your patrol car is stalking you? The psychological evaluation came back. Both Hutchins and I were cleared. No signs of mental illness. No indicators of shared delusion. The psychologist's report said we'd experienced a genuine anomalous event that current medical science cannot explain. That should have been good news. Should have meant we could go back to work. But the department didn't know what to do with us. You can't have troopers reporting ghost cars. It was bad for morale, bad for the department's image. So they offered us transfers. Different districts, different shifts, different assignments. Hutchins took a transfer to District 12 day shift, got out of night patrol entirely. I requested a transfer to the detective division. They accepted. I started training in April. The cruiser stopped appearing after I left patrol. No more headlights following me. No more visits to my house at 23:15 hours. Whatever it was, it seemed satisfied that I was gone. But sometimes, even now, 3 years later, working homicide in the city, I'll be driving home late at night, and I'll see headlights in my rearview mirror. Same spacing, same height, same distance. And I'll feel that cold fear settle in my chest again. I'll tell myself it's just another car. Just coincidence. Just pattern recognition making me see things that aren't there. But then I'll check my speedometer, and I'll watch those headlights match my speed exactly. And I'll know. It never really stopped following me. It's just waiting. The detective work was good for me. Kept me busy. Daytime hours mostly, regular schedule, normal cases. Murders, assaults, robberies. Terrible things, but understandable. Human things, nothing like what I'd experienced on the highway. For 6 months, I didn't see the cruiser once. Started to think maybe it really was over. Maybe transferring out of patrol had broken whatever connection existed between me and whatever that thing was. My wife noticed the change. "You seem better," she said one morning in September, more relaxed. "I feel better," I admitted. "New job suits me." "I'm glad. You were really struggling there for a while." I was, but I was better now, moving on, healing. Then October came, October 14th, 2021. I was working a homicide case in the east part of the city. Convenience store robbery gone wrong. Clerk shot, suspect fled. Standard case, tragic but straightforward. I'd been interviewing witnesses all day. By 2200 hours, I was exhausted. Called it a night, headed home. I was driving through an industrial area. Warehouses, shipping facilities, not much traffic at night, when I saw them. Headlights in my rearview mirror. I told myself it was nothing, just another car. The industrial area was on my route home. Lots of people use these roads, but the headlights were familiar. That spacing, that height. I changed lanes. The headlights changed lanes. I slowed down, they slowed down. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. No, not again, not now. I sped up. The headlights matched my speed. I told myself to stay calm. This was a city street, not a highway. Lots of witnesses, traffic cameras. Nothing could happen here, but my heart was pounding. I took a turn, heading toward a more populated area. The headlights followed. Another turn, they followed. I pulled into a 24-hour gas station. Bright lights, other customers. Safe. The headlights pulled in behind me. I could see the vehicle now in my rearview mirror. Highway patrol cruiser. Same make, same model as my old unit. Unit 97. I sat in my car, engine running, watching the cruiser in my mirror. It just sat there, about 20 feet behind me, headlights on. My phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. But I did. "Hello?" My voice came through the phone. "You can't hide from this, Jake." I looked in the mirror. The driver's window of the cruiser was down now. I could see the figure inside holding a phone to its ear, my face, my uniform. "What do you want?" I asked. "You know what I want. You belong on the highway, not here, not in the city, not playing detective. I'm not going back. You will. They always come back. Who are you? I already told you, I'm you. The part of you that never left patrol, that never will." I ended the call, got out of my car, walked toward the cruiser. The figure, the thing wearing my face, got out too. We stood there in the gas station parking lot under the bright fluorescent lights, facing each other. A few customers were pumping gas, buying snacks. None of them seemed to notice. They walked past us like we weren't there. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "I'm not doing anything. You did this. When you left patrol, when you abandoned the highway, you created me. A ghost of who you were." That doesn't make sense, doesn't it? You spent 5 years on that highway, 5 years of night shifts, 5 years of headlights and mile markers and endless road. That becomes part of you, Jake. It gets into your blood. And when you try to leave, when you try to move on, part of you stays behind. I looked at this thing, this impossible reflection. "So what, you're going to haunt me forever?" "Until you come back. Until you accept what you are. I'm a detective now. I'm not going back to patrol." It smiled. "We'll see." A customer walked between us, completely oblivious. When they passed, the figure was back in the cruiser. Door closed, engine running. I watched as it backed up, pulled out of the gas station, drove away into the night. My phone rang again. Different number this time. I recognized it. Hutchins. "Jake, where are you?" "East Side, gas station on Industrial Boulevard." "Why?" "I just saw it. The cruiser. It drove past my house." My blood ran cold. "Tom, it was just here, 5 minutes ago. That's impossible. I'm looking at it right now. It's parked across the street. It can't be in two places at once. Apparently, it can. Jake, what the hell is this thing? I don't know, but it's getting stronger, more active. We need to do something. We can't just let it keep following us. What can we do? We don't even know what it is. Hutchins was quiet for a moment. I've been researching. After what happened, I started looking into similar cases, unexplained phenomena, and I found something. What? There's a pattern. Highway patrol officers reporting phantom vehicles. It's rare, but it happens. Always the same description. Duplicate cruiser, driver they can't identify, vehicle that disappears. How many cases? 17 that I could find, going back 40 years. Jesus, what happened to the officers? Most of them transferred out like we did, quit patrol. Some retired early, a few, he paused. A few went back. Back to what? To patrol, to the highway, and according to the reports, once they went back, the sightings stopped. Because they gave in. They did what it wanted. Or because they accepted what they were. Jake, maybe this thing isn't trying to hurt us. Maybe it's trying to tell us something. What, that we're supposed to spend our entire lives on night patrol? That's insane. I know, but what if that's the only way to stop this? I didn't want to believe him. Didn't want to accept that I might have to give up my new career, my new life, just to appease some impossible haunting. But I also didn't want to spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for those headlights to appear. Let me think about it, I said. Don't think too long. This thing is escalating. Who knows what it'll do next? He hung up. I stood in the gas station parking lot trying to process everything. My phone buzzed. Text message from unknown number. Just 2 words. Come home. I looked around the parking lot. No cruiser. No figure. Just normal people living normal lives. But I knew it was out there, watching, waiting. Over the next week, the encounters intensified. I saw the cruiser everywhere. Outside my house, in my rearview mirror on the way to work, parked outside the precinct. Other people started noticing. My partner, Detective Collins, pointed it out one day. Jake, why is there a highway patrol unit parked across the street? I looked, Unit 97. I don't know. Maybe they're investigating something. For 3 hours? Without getting out of the car? I didn't have an answer. At home, my wife was getting more concerned. Jake, you're doing it again. Staring out the window, jumping at sounds. What's wrong? What's wrong? Nothing, just work stress. Don't lie to me. Something's happening, the same thing that happened before, when you were on patrol. I wanted to tell her, but how could I explain that my job, my old job, was literally haunting me? On October 23rd, I made a decision. Called Hutchins. I'm going back, I said. What? Back to patrol, back to the highway. Maybe you're right, maybe that's the only way to stop this. Jake, I didn't mean you should actually. What choice do I have? This thing isn't stopping, it's getting worse. If going back to patrol makes it go away, then that's what I have to do. And your detective position? I'll request a transfer. Tell them I miss patrol work, miss the highway. They'll think you're crazy. Let them think what they want. I submitted the transfer request the next day. Cited personal preference, desire to return to field work. The request was denied. They'd invested time and training in me as a detective. They weren't letting me go back to patrol, so I pushed harder, started making mistakes at work. Nothing major, just enough to show I wasn't suited for detective work. Missed deadlines, lost focus during interviews, made sloppy reports. Collins noticed. Jake, what's going on with you? You're better than this. Sorry, just having a hard time adjusting. To what? You've been here 6 months. I know. I think I miss patrol. Then request a transfer back. I did. They denied it. He looked at me carefully. Is this about that thing from March, the cruiser? I'd told him the basics. Not everything, but enough that he knew something strange had happened. Maybe, I admitted. Jake, you can't let that control your life. Whatever you saw, whatever happened, you moved past it. Don't go backward. But I was already going backward. Every night, those headlights in my mirror, that cruiser outside my house, that voice on the phone. Come home, Jake. Come back to the highway. On November 1st, I did something desperate. Something I knew I'd probably regret. I called in sick to work, got in my personal car, drove out to District 9, to my old patrol sector. It was 200 hours when I reached the highway, the start of night shift, the time I used to clock in. I drove north on I-15, slowly, watching for the cruiser. At mile marker 94, the place where I'd first seen it, I pulled onto the shoulder, turned off my engine, waited. At exactly 23:15 hours, headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. The cruiser pulled up behind me. Same unit number, same everything. The driver got out, walked up to my window, tapped on the glass. I rolled down the window. The figure, wearing my face, my uniform, looked down at me. You came back. I came to talk. About what? About ending this, about what you want. It smiled. I already told you what I want. You want me back on patrol, back on the highway. Yes. Why? What difference does it make? The figure crouched down, level with my window. Because that's where you belong, Jake. That's where you were meant to be. The highway needs you, and you need it. I have a good life now. A wife, a career. Why would I give that up? You haven't given it up yet, but you will. Because you can't escape what you are, a highway trooper. Forever. And if I refuse, then I keep following you every night, every mile, until you break, until you give in. I looked at this impossible thing, this reflection of myself. What if I quit entirely? Give up law enforcement, move to another state, start over? You can try, others have, but I'll find you. We always do. We? There are others like me, following other troopers, other officers who thought they could leave. We're all connected to the highway, all bound to it. I felt sick. How many? Enough. More every year. I sat there trying to process this. So my options are, go back to patrol or be haunted forever. Those are your options. That's not fair. Fairness has nothing to do with it. This is what you are. I started my engine. I need to think about it. Don't think too long. Time is running out. Running out for what? But the figure was already walking back to the cruiser. Got in. Drove away. I sat there on the shoulder, alone in the dark, and I realized something. I'd never really left the highway. Part of me had stayed behind that night in March. And now it was calling me back. The question was, would I answer? I didn't go back to work. Called in sick for 3 days. Spent the time thinking, planning, trying to find another way. But there wasn't another way, I knew that. On November 4th, I told my wife the truth, all of it. The cruiser, the figure, the voice, everything. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. I don't understand, she finally said. How is this possible? I don't know. But it's real, and it's not stopping. So, what are you going to do? I think I have to go back to patrol. No, Jake, you can't. You'll be miserable. And what if it doesn't stop? What if you go back and it keeps haunting you anyway? Then at least I tried. At least I know. She started crying. I don't want to lose you. Not to this. You won't lose me. I'll still be here, just different hours. But we both knew that wasn't true. Going back to patrol meant going back to night shifts. Long hours on empty highways. Missing dinners, missing weekends, missing life. It meant choosing the highway over her. On November 6th, I submitted my resignation from the detective division. Requested reinstatement to highway patrol, night shift, District 9. The request was granted immediately. They were short-staffed anyway. A trained trooper wanting to come back? They didn't ask questions. I started November 10th, night shift, 2200 to 0600. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. Same cruiser. They'd kept Unit 97 available, same routes, same highways, except Marcus wasn't on dispatch anymore. He'd transferred to days. The new dispatcher was a woman named Angela. Friendly enough, but we didn't have the rapport Marcus and I had built. My first shift back was strange. Familiar, but wrong, like putting on an old jacket that doesn't quite fit anymore. I drove my usual routes, checked the usual spots. Everything felt hollow, mechanical. At 23:15 hours, I was at mile marker 94, northbound, the place where this had all started. I watched my rearview mirror. Waiting. No headlights appeared. I drove my entire shift without seeing the cruiser once. No duplicate 9-7. No figure wearing my face. Nothing. Just a normal night of patrol. When I clocked out at 0600, I felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment. Relief that it had stopped. Disappointment that maybe it had never been real after all. But I knew it had been real. Hutchins had seen it. We had photos, video, evidence. So where was it now? I went home. My wife was already awake. She looked at me with sad eyes. How was it? Quiet? Did you see it? No. Nothing. Maybe it's over then. Maybe going back was enough. I wanted to believe that. But I had a feeling it wasn't over. Just beginning. Over the next few weeks, I settled back into patrol work. The routine came back easily enough. The job itself was fine. Helping people, keeping the roads safe, doing good work. But I was unhappy. My wife could see it. My friends could see it. I could see it. I'd given up a career I loved for a job I used to love. And the thing that had forced me to do it, the cruiser, the figure, had vanished completely. I started to wonder if I'd made a terrible mistake. Then December came. December 15th, 2021. I was on patrol, normal shift. Around 0100 hours, I got a call from dispatch. Unit 97, we have a reported stranded motorist, mile marker 94, southbound shoulder. I froze. Mile marker 94, where it had all started. Copy, dispatch, en route. I drove to the location slowly, dread building in my chest. When I arrived, there was a vehicle on the shoulder. An older sedan, hazards on, hood up. I pulled in behind it, activated my light bar, got out. As I approached, the driver got out of the sedan. Young woman, maybe 25. She looked relieved to see me. Thank you for stopping, officer. My car just died. I don't know what happened. I checked under the hood. Battery connections were loose. Simple fix. I can tighten these for you, get you back on the road. Thank you so much. I was so scared out here alone. I fixed the connections, got her car started. She thanked me profusely. drove away. Normal call, normal interaction, nothing strange. I got back in my cruiser, sat there for a moment. Checked my mirrors, no headlights, no duplicate cruiser, nothing. But as I was about to pull away, I glanced at my dashcam screen. The footage from the call was recording automatically, as always. I watched the playback, saw myself pull up behind the sedan, saw myself get out, saw myself approach the vehicle. But there was no sedan, no woman, just me, walking to an empty stretch of shoulder, opening an invisible hood, talking to no one. I replayed it. Same thing, the sedan and the woman didn't appear on camera, just like the cruiser had never appeared on camera. My hands started shaking. I grabbed my radio. Dispatch, Unit 97, the stranded motorist at mile marker 94. Can you confirm you sent me that call? Affirmative, 97. Caller reported a disabled vehicle about 20 minutes ago. Who was the caller? Phone number came back to Jennifer Martinez. She stated her vehicle had broken down and requested assistance. I looked at the dashcam footage again. Empty shoulder. No vehicle. No person. Dispatch, can you run that name? Jennifer Martinez. Stand by. Keyboard sounds, then 97. I'm not finding any record of that call in our system. No phone number, no Jennifer Martinez. But you just dispatched me to that location. Did I? She sounded confused. I don't remember making that call. I sat there, feeling cold spread through my chest. Never mind, dispatch. Disregard. I drove away from mile marker 94. My shift ended 3 hours later. I went home. Didn't tell my wife what had happened. But I knew what it meant. The cruiser hadn't stopped following me. It had just changed tactics. Now, instead of appearing behind me, it was calling me to locations, creating phantom scenarios, invisible people I was helping, making me think I was doing my job when I wasn't doing anything at all. Over the next month, it happened again and again. Calls to stranded motorists who didn't exist. Traffic stops where no vehicle appeared on camera. Accident scenes with invisible victims. I was helping ghosts, serving a highway that wasn't real, and I couldn't tell anyone, couldn't explain. Because how do you say, the calls I'm responding to don't exist. The people I'm helping aren't there. I'm patrolling a phantom highway. My wife left me in January. She'd had enough. Enough of the night shifts, enough of my distance, enough of pretending everything was normal when it clearly wasn't. I didn't blame her. I'd chosen this. Chosen the highway over her. Hutchins called me in February. Jake, I heard about your divorce. I'm sorry. It's fine. My fault anyway. How's patrol treating you? It's good. Fine. You're lying. I can hear it in your voice. I didn't respond. Jake, did going back help? Did the cruiser stop following you? I thought about telling him the truth, about the phantom calls, the invisible people, the way my dash cam showed empty roads while I saw vehicles and victims. But what was the point? He couldn't help, no one could. Yeah, I lied. It stopped. Everything's fine now. Good, that's good. I'm glad. We talked for a few more minutes, then said goodbye. I don't think he believed me, but he didn't push. That was 3 years ago. I'm still on patrol. Still working night shift in District 9. Still driving the same routes, checking the same locations, responding to the same calls. Some of them are real. I can tell because they appear on my dash cam. Those are the normal calls. The actual stranded motorists, actual accidents, actual work. But most of them aren't real. Most of them are phantom calls. Ghost vehicles, invisible people who need help that I can't actually provide. And I respond to them all, because that's my job now. That's what I've become. A trooper patrolling a highway that exists in two places at once, the real world and somewhere else. somewhere that only I can see. The other troopers think I'm dedicated, always first to respond, never turn down a call, model officer. They don't know that half my calls don't exist, that I'm helping people who aren't there, but I know, and I've accepted it. This is my life now, my punishment for trying to leave, for thinking I could escape. The highway never lets you go, not really. You can transfer, change careers, move to different states, but if you've spent enough time on these roads, if you've driven enough miles in the dark, it becomes part of you. And eventually, it calls you back. I answer those calls now, every one of them, real or not, because I made a choice, and I have to live with it. Last week, I saw another trooper at the station, young guy, first year on night patrol. He looked exhausted, nervous. "You okay?" I asked. "Yeah, just weird night. Kept seeing this cruiser following me. Same unit number as mine, but when I tried to stop it, it disappeared." My blood ran cold. "What unit number?" 438. Why? I looked at his nameplate. "Anderson. It's nothing," I said. "Probably just your imagination. Long night shifts, you start seeing things." He nodded, but he didn't look convinced. I wanted to warn him, wanted to tell him what was coming, that it would get worse, that it would follow him home, that eventually he'd have to make a choice. But I didn't. What was the point? He'd find out soon enough. They always do, and maybe he'd be smarter than me. Maybe he'd refuse to give in. Maybe he'd find a way to break free. Or maybe, in a few months or years, I'll see him back on night patrol, responding to calls that don't exist, helping people who aren't there, another trooper who couldn't leave the highway, another one of us. I'm Detective Reynolds now, that's what I tell people, but it's a lie. I'm still Trooper Reynolds, Unit 97, Highway Patrol, District 9. I'll always be Trooper Reynolds, because the highway never lets you go. And once you've seen the cruiser that follows you, once you've heard the voice that sounds like yours, once you've driven those phantom miles, you can never really leave. I know that now. I accepted it. And every night at 2315 hours, when I check my rearview mirror and see those familiar headlights, I don't run anymore. I just keep driving, because this is where I belong, on the highway, in the dark. Forever. Just me and my reflection, driving the same roads.